Hi, good afternoon. Welcome to the July 14th Historic District Commission workshop. Kim, our chair is here. Kim, would you like to say anything to the commission before we get started with the workshop?
Yeah, I just want to say thanks again to the commission. We have been working really hard to try and catch up on a number of cases. And so thank you for not only your diligence during our regular monthly meeting, but your commitment in attending additional meetings so that we can serve our community even better. I also want to shout out one of our commissioners who was recently engaged. Commissioner Nichelle Bonaparte recently got engaged. So are they available to talk? Yeah, Nichelle, you want to say anything? Are you still glowing?
Yes, I am. I am knee deep in planning, but thank you so much.
So it's always nice when our team, our family here gets to celebrate nice milestones like that. So let's try and be as committed to being concise as we go through these applications. And, you know, if we've seen an application before and our concerns have not been addressed, let's be mindful of that too. Okay? That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Kim. With that, and thank you, commissioners, I echo Kim's thanks. I know you've been doing double duty and it is so appreciated, especially this month. This month I know is busy. But I do think we're getting there. We are hearing cases this month that were submitted in May for the May meeting. So that is a 2-month delay, which is better than 4 months, which is where we were. So we're getting there. So thank you everyone so much. Improvements. At this point, we're gonna turn it over to our guest for our workshop with the Van Landingham. We have a new presentation for the workshop to get the high-level, non-binding feedback from the commission about a proposal for commercial infill on Van Landingham. You'll remember, I think it was back in June of 2019, you saw the first kind of schematic for this building. It was affectionately known as the Topiary Building. They ran into some design challenges and they're back with a completely revised design and that they're hoping to get some feedback on before they officially submit for review. So with that, we have I think at least 5 people, maybe 4 from Van Landingham, Kevin Dolan, Aaron Ligon, John Dixon, Charles Travis, and Alberto Ceballos. Are you all with us?
Yes.
Hi,
Okay,
Aaron
great.
Ligon's on.
Hi. I am going to turn it over to you. I have your slides all loaded, and if you want to take the next 10 minutes or so to explain the project and walk the commission through kind of the high-level thought process behind the siting and the design, and then we'll turn it over to the commission to give you some just initial feedback on things to be thinking about as you move forward.
That's great. Alberto, Chuck is not on. Do you mind if I run through the slides briefly?
Go for it, Aaron.
Okay.
You know it as good as we do.
Okay, great. So we'll try to be very efficient and mindful of your time today. Thank you, first of all, for allowing us to come and present this information to seek a little bit of feedback. Christy, are you going to present the slides?
Hold on just a second. I have them up in the room, but I forgot to connect them to WebEx. Let's see here. There we go. Do we see things now?
I'm seeing your screen, yes.
Perfect.
Okay, so very briefly, at Van Landingham Estate, you may or may not recall that we sought some zoning approvals for entitlements to not only refresh and restore the primary estate house, which is now in use as an events facility, as it was for a couple of the last decades. But we sought entitlements to add some additional density to the site in the form of primarily office, but also with some flexibility for retail or commercial utilization in the appropriate areas. The majority of that new density was to be added in the form of what we're calling the topiary building. We have gone through several design iterations, and for a number of reasons, not the least of which are the principles of conservative design and trying to get back to as much utilization of the elements of the design, like preservation of green space and incorporation of some of the pea gravel parking areas, those sorts of things. We've settled on a design that takes the building from the longer rectilinear building back towards the more sort of square building that we'll present today. This is a revised version of the topiary building. This has been designed by the Housing Studio, which has an interest potentially in occupying a portion of the building, and they've taken the lead on some design. So here you can see a conceptual design, a sketch, if you will. Go ahead and proceed, please. This is the overall site, just to refamiliarize everyone. Go ahead. This is a potential previous plan which shows the kind of the circulation options of the site. A previous iteration of this had a long rectilinear building that posed some problems for circulation, not the least of which was fire department impact. You can see illustrated by the red arrow that required a large impervious surface and the addition of asphalt drives. Go ahead and proceed. We've tried to address that by taking this building and essentially combining the two sort of longer sections into one building that allows us a little more flexibility for some attractive massing and articulation of the facades. It's about the same size as was presented before, but it breaks up that sort of long building design and also eliminates some of the reliance on that circulation, which drives, again, some additional requirements for hard surfaces, fire truck movements, and things that we felt overall were potentially not in keeping with the sort of the historic context of the site. Proceed, please. So this is the overall site plan as revised. You can see that we hope to add a formal parking area behind the estate facility, which is now in gravel. That's sort of plan right side, yeah, where the cursor is. And we that exists now in gravel as it has in the past. And then in the front of the topiary building along the plaza, we've shown a parking field that we can do a good job of screening from the plaza relative to cars and neighbors that would be looking into the property. I'll remind the commission members that we've taken great pains to honor what we felt like were some of the guiding design principles when we got some very early input and feedback when we were looking at this property for purchase, and that was to preserve these two principal and primary side and front yards along Belvedere and along the plaza. And we've preserved in excess of an acre of restored lawns. We've worked with a traditional landscape palette of the Van Lanningham, and we've really took a deep dive into the restoration of the landscape and the greenscape. We believe the addition of this parking is necessary for the functionality of the estate and the economic viability of the estate as a property moving forward. Activating this with a couple of facilities, general commercial properties in appropriate locations, still preserves that primary view corridor and those very meaningful greenscape front and side yards along the plaza in Belvedere. Please proceed. So this is a building footprint. You can just get a sense of how this kind of operates. You can see, again, we've taken the building and pushed it into a more square rather than rectilinear fashion. Again, proceed. This is a section that shows the height of the future office topiary building relative to the estate house, which sits up a little higher on the site. The townhomes, which I believe have been approved. This building kind of masses down towards the townhomes. It lives under the height and the influence, aesthetic influence of the estate house. That massing continues to move down, and you can also see the existing church. I believe that same is true. You can see from behind. Go ahead, sorry. Just a couple of conceptual images showing the some of the architectural design influence and aesthetic influences for potential exterior treatments. Go ahead. And here is a fully rendered colorized version. We can make some alternative choices here, but we felt like getting a simple, clean, two-story brick design, masonry design would be appropriate for this. It would not outshine the historic estate, but would be a complementary existence relative to the estate, and again, massing down towards the townhouse project, and confining it to a more square shape gets it into more preservation of that green space, and more appropriate surfaces in terms of the utilization of gravel for parking in front. Proceed. Okay, is that the, okay, there, yeah, we've got some additional images and vantage points. This is the courtyard, again, at the front of the building, illustrating the transition from the hardscape area to the left that is utilized by the estate venue facility, and transitions to this property. Go ahead and advance.
Aaron, I believe you have a couple of slides for each vantage point showing the evolution of the green up the wall.
Correct, yes. And so there's an option to, you know, employ this sort of different facade treatments, inclusive of a green wall treatment. We thought that incorporating some greenery into the exterior elements could soften this and let it kind of live in the landscape. That is one element that we have kept, and we are actually have grown some additional test specimens for coverage, and some different types of jasmine and some other things that could lend themselves well to this type of sun and growing condition. Okay, go ahead and advance. This is the front of the building. Go ahead. And again, progression of the viner. Yep. Okay. It's the side of the building that faces the estate, with a progression of some of the green space as it grows in. And again, nice backdrop. Go ahead and proceed. Again, more elevations of the building relative to the approved townhouse. This is the townhouse facing south elevation. Go ahead. So, you know, these are some renderings from the plaza. And I think one of the things we wanted to illustrate is that this building, not only does it not dominate the landscape here, but the way that we've designed this and preserved the greenscape, this building will be difficult to actually see from the plaza. And the townhouse project will be much more visible, and the estate house will be much more visible. This building will exist in the context of the larger estate, but will not dominate any part of the landscape, and will actually be, we think, quite difficult to see from the plaza, or particularly from Belvedere. You will be seeing the broad side of the estate rather than this topiary building. Go ahead.
That's your last slide.
Okay, great. So would like to use most of the time to get feedback and questions. Alberto is here as well. We're taking notes and would love to hear feedback as we progress in terms of our planning and design and feasibility study for this building.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any feedback, any initial thoughts or questions? We have mics that we can share right now. They'll be passing them out. Jill?
Yeah, thank you. For me, it would be more helpful to see this in context with the other buildings that have been, have gone through the Historic District Commission for the last year, so that I could get a better understanding of the impact on the entire Landingham estate. That's number one. The other thought I had is there's a little bit too much hardscape, in my opinion, for this in terms of the concept of preservation of some aspect of this estate's gorgeous, generous landscape profile. I think in some of those slides that you showed, that was just one of my immediate reactions, and I'll close it with that.
So and just for reference, the amount of greenscape that is kind of untouched is in excess of 1 acre, just in the along Belvedere and the plaza. And some of the slides may have shown have focused on some of the improved areas.
But, well, am I missing something, or is there a slide that I didn't see that shows this building with the estate and with all the townhouses?
So the townhouse is not our project. I'll just be very clear that we have nothing to do with the townhouse project. We did show elevations, and I believe if we can advance past this slide, so this is it. So you can see the townhouses are on the right, plan right. The future office is labeled, and the existing estate house, and then you can see the already approved townhouses behind this. So from a neighborhood perspective, we've shown a rendered landscape from the plaza, looking at the
Yeah,
future offices.
and that's great, but for me, all the schematics that you show are not showing what in fact will be there. And so for me to understand this whole entire project, that's an important component. And I'm
When you say the whole entire project, which
the
are
whole
you speaking
entire
of?
block has on it 2 extensive townhome projects that were just approved. And I don't see them in any of these drawings. I'm just saying that their existence needs to be on this lot because they're there. Whether or not they're part of your project is not germane. I mean, it's just important for me, that's all. I don't think this really needs any more explanation.
Okay.
I agree with you, Jill. It's just really helpful for us to see context in a way unlike the one on slide 9. So, you've shown what you're proposing as far as the building goes. And I think that there was even a streetscape where you had, you were showing how it looks from the plaza. Just because I need to see, yes, here. So just because I am someone who just needs to see things, it would be very helpful to see the whole scope of what's happening.
So can we zoom in? I just want to make sure that we're all looking at the same thing, like the top left. Because I feel like we've done exactly what's being asked, but I just want to make sure that.
Where
So
are the
there we've-
townhomes?
That's the
I-
thing on the right. There's a lot of landscaping in front of this, so it's hard. It is hard to render. I'll just say because we're so far back. That,
Sure.
So we've shown the townhomes, which are maybe 100 feet further. It's a lot closer to the road, and so you can actually see the townhouse on the right there. But it's hard to effectively render our building because you will not have much visibility to it or to the parking from the plaza.
Sure. And so maybe it's the vegetation that's kind of blocking the view of how it will look. I know you keep coming back to us saying that it's there. I'm not seeing it. So maybe if there's a clearer way to show it, that would be helpful. Dumb it down, as it were.
Kim, may I add something?
Sure.
So oftentimes you applicants provide both, like with the vegetation, but also just strip it clear of the vegetation because vegetation is ever changing and can always go away. And there's no way for us to mandate that it stays exactly that way. And so that's, I think, what the commission is asking. Let's just show it. Let's not layer it in with the vegetation. Let's just show what is there and what is going to be there, and maybe a more accurate rendering of the townhome.
Thank you. That's a much more eloquent way of putting it. And I will say that I do like the technique you all are using with adding green to the building so it blends. So that's something that I like. Commissioner Barth.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
You can, Chris. Yes.
Okay. You know, I think it's a beautiful building. You know, some of the comments that Jill had with regard to the vegetation and how much is being taken up with hard space, parking lot, structure itself is a little bit concerning for me. I think the biggest thing for me is just the overall commercial feeling of this structure. And I know the Department of Interior Standards gets into certain guidelines on the story of the site and how how modern buildings can fit in and that sort of thing. And I can see that. I'd just be selling this to the community as well as how it responds to our guidelines, I think will be a difficult endeavor. So I would just stress that you guys try to follow the guidelines as much as possible. Not that this doesn't comply. I just think that there may be some pushback with regard to the overall modern and commercial feel of it. I do love the green wall, just like we saw in the previous iteration. I think it does help blend the building into the natural surroundings, which, as you guys know, the Van Leningham property is very botanical. So I think that will help. That's all.
Thanks, Commissioner Barth. Other commissioners? Commissioner Heineman.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Thanks. I too just want to say thank you for retaining the green wall component of this. I was suddenly worried in the introduction that we might have lost that, and I thought that was really such a creative an inventive way of handling the programmatic needs of this project on such on a site, right? That concept of the green wall is really right in line with the federal guidelines. Christy, can you switch to the slide that is the street rendering of the plaza without the vegetation? Yes, this one. This is slide number 9. And if you can zoom in on the Van Leningham, the proposed project, and the townhomes at the top one. I would say that probably the driving guidelines for me personally in reviewing this project at the point at which we do that is going to be the rhythm and fenestration, because I think that if I look at this proposal as sort of an ABC elevation, the left piece with the green wall and the balconies kind of sliding through, I feel like has some success in the rhythm and respecting the rhythm and the fenestration of the street. And the glassy connector too, I mean, it goes away, right? Like there's something like so successful about that technique as well. But the C piece, the right piece that has the 6 punched openings in the masonry building, for me, this one is problematic from a rhythm and fenestration perspective, because when we're looking at the rhythm and the fenestration, we're looking at the solid and void of surrounding buildings. We're looking at, sight lines along the 10-foot line, 20-foot line, where cornices are, which I know, of course, the flat roof is acceptable. We've certainly accepted those in the historic districts, and we've certainly accepted contemporary design in the historic districts. But where the foundation appears to be, where the headers of the first floor windows appear to be, and where the headers of the second floor windows appear to be, tend to communicate with the established rhythms of the block. And so again, those would be the driving guidelines for me in this proposal. I too have some concerns about the hardscaping, but I don't have any answers for that. I think it's just I want to express that I also have concerns about that.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Heineman. Other commissioners? Okay. It looks like that's the feedback that you have for now.
Great. Aaron and team, thank you so much for joining us. We have hit 1 o'clock on time to start our meeting. So I'm going to transition it back to Chairwoman Parati to swear everyone in. If you are joining us and you are one of the first 3 applications, so Harold, Carrie, Joe, Lance, please be sure that you're sworn in. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Christy. And welcome to the Charlotte Historic District Commission meeting. Today is July 14th. I'm Kim Parati, chairperson, and I call this meeting to order at 1 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Jim Hayden, PJ Henningsen, Krista Lineberger, and Jill Walker, who are all present in the meeting room. The rest of the commissioners participating remotely include Chris Barth, Nichelle Bonaparte, Chris Murin, and Jessica Heineman. Also present are Cindy Kohanek, Candace Leidy, Christy Harps, Jill Sanchez-Myers, and Candy Thomas. I'd like to start by acknowledging that we are conducting this meeting using a remote online platform. I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There might be slight delays as we transition from speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. No case is proceeding today in which anyone contacted the city to object to the remote online meeting platform. For everyone participating in today's virtual meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please mute your audio when you are not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking, or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by chair or staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Due to the remote online nature of today's proceedings, any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC guidelines. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names before they speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions? Okay, let the record show that Commissioner Henningsen is not present for the first application. All right?
Thank you. First application is 320 West Kingston Avenue. It is for an addition, front porch column changes, a retaining wall, and a replacement accessory building. All the information is in your packet, and the project is explained in detail in the staff memo. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to the applicants to provide a brief overview of the project. Harold and Carrie, if you would try and summarize everything in about 10 minutes. All the commissioners have looked at the project and probably have some questions for you, and we'd love to get to that dialogue as quickly as we can. So, Harold and Carrie, are you with us, and have you been sworn in?
Yes, and yes.
Great. Before you get started, if you would just state your name and your address for the court reporter.
Carrie Cook, 1023 Margaret Brown Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
Harold Jordan, address 8528 Beaver Creek Drive, Charlotte, North Carolina. Zip is 28269.
Thank you both. Have the first existing front elevation up, and then the site plan. Let me know where you'd like to get started, and I'll just scroll through for you.
We can get started from the from where you at right now. Basically, what we have here is showing the existing site plan and the proposed site plan. The existing site plan is just showing the existing home with the existing structure that we're going to be removing. That's sitting in the rear to the top left corner. We're coming back and adding a new structure in the rear for a 2-car garage. We're going to have it sitting at least 16 feet off the rear yard setback and 6 feet off the side yard setback. And we're adding approximately about, and then for the existing home, we're adding a new structure on the back in order to be able to get a second story on top of the existing house. This existing home already had like a walk-in attic that had an existing room on the second floor, but it was a pull-down stair. So we're planning on just doing some renovations in order to provide stairs in the rear of the house to get to the second floor. If you go to the next slide, please.
And Harold, let us just say, this is Carrie and my husband, Mark. We're really excited to be at the meeting, and just in quick summary, I grew up here in Charlotte and appreciate the work of the commission. I serve on several commissions and boards and don't take this volunteerism for granted. So thank you for your work together. The reason we are wanting to include an addition onto the home is because we recently had our first child, and would also like to make plans for continued expansion of our family. So we're very excited about preserving the historic nature of the home and being in a neighborhood where we've had ties for years. And we've also had a chance to talk with some of our direct neighbors recently and understand that there are some potential safety concerns and things. So we're excited to be here at the meeting today to hopefully get this process going so that we can move ahead with preserving the history and the revitalization of the neighborhood and of the home. So thank you so much for the opportunity today, and I'll let Harold keep going.
Next slide. Basically, well, you can keep it here. As you can see, this is the existing floor plans of the house, and we're just adding about 10 more feet to the rear of the property. And we're going to have a covered patio, which on the covered patio, on the second level of the covered patio, if you go to the next slide, is going to be mainly the master bedroom and bathroom for the home. On these particular sides, these are just some existing pictures of what the house looks like now, as well as the existing structure that sits in the rear of the house. That existing structure was actually a one-car garage built out of center block. So that particular building will be demoed. And we're just coming back and providing a two-car garage with a unit above, still to be able to maintain the elevation so that two-car garage would not be higher than the proposed roof of the new structure that we're adding on to the house. But we're still keeping the character of the front of the house to still stay the same, other than just adding about 3 more feet to the existing roof pitch going up. Next slide, please. These are just some pictures of some existing homes in the neighborhood and surrounding neighborhoods that did some of the work that we're proposed on doing to our particular project now. These homes was like one-story homes that end up coming back and adding some 2 stories, and they all still kept the character of the neighbor, the look of the house, and just added to the rear of the home. Next slide, please. This is just the roof plan. Some of the challenges we had with adding to this existing home was windows, providing windows for 2 of the bedrooms. We got 3 bedrooms on the second floor, so we're going to be providing some skylights in the roof. That's why we provide the roof plan, just showing some skylights sitting over these 2 bedrooms that we have a Jack and Jill bathroom between the 2. Next slide, please. This is just pictures showing the ADU unit that we're building in the rear, the 2-car garage, calling out the materials that we're using, showing the elevations and windows, breaking up the side. You can go to the next slide. This is the pictures of the existing of the front of the home. The existing house had columns sitting on the porch, but they was like with metal. We're just going to be taking those metals out and building some columns out of wood material, and that's going to be painted, color selected by the owner. But we're still, as you can see, still keeping that integrity of the front elevation, other than that 3'3" that we add into the existing roof to get that peak up for the head clearance on the second floor. Next slide, please. This is just a side view showing what it'll look like once we add on to the side of the house. As you can see, for the elevation of the existing up on your top versus the proposed on the bottom. This house has the existing brick that we're not painting or anything other than depending on what can be done. But we're keeping that existing brick and just coming back with a more of a Savannah Nietzsche high siding that we're going to be using. And we're trying to break it up a little bit over that dormer that's over the window by showing more like a cedar shake that still would be the Nietzsche high type of material. And then as you can see, we got the 2 skylights that's sitting on top of the roof. And then in the rear, where we have the covered patio, we have the same columns, but those columns are going to be structurally designed for the load that they're going to be carrying, with a balcony on the rear back too. Oh, you can go to the next slide. And then this is just a rear view of the house. The existing house had a porch on the back that was pretty much actually kind of much falling apart. So we're going to remove that existing porch and come back and add a whole new structure. In that particular structure from the floor plan, that's more like the mud room of entering the home, and then your steps are back there as well. And we just come in with the exterior face siding using the Nietzsche high siding that was recommended by the HDC committee. And we just showing you, the roof and that balcony in the back, have some windows in the back to break it up so it's just not a plain blank back of the home. Next slide, please. I think that's this is just another side view. Pretty much just like the other side. How the house has an existing fireplace that we're not even we're not removing it. It's actually going to be functional, but I'm just showing that it's actually per code with the new addition that is sitting far enough away from the roof too. Next slide, please. This is a property cross section. On this property cross section, we're trying to show that our roof for the proposed 2-car garage with a unit above will not be sitting over the existing or existing / proposed roof of the home. That roof is sitting probably about 2 feet down, 2 feet to 1 feet down from the proposed roof height. But that's gonna just all comes because the land for this particular property slopes up. So when you're driving up the driveway, everything goes up. So it's going to be a little bit of grading almost to be able to match what's beside their home, because the two neighbors on the left and right, their land sits up probably about 12 inches higher than both of them two homes. So about time they do a little bit of grading, it's going to be at the same height. Next slide, please. These are just some details showing like the wood fence that they're gonna just match from what the existing home owner did on their right, as well as some details calling out the hardy plank, which is more the Nietzsche high type of hardy plank. We have our door detail for the rear doors that's gonna be on your first floor coming in, and then on the door that's upstairs on the second floor, walking out to the balcony from the master bedroom. And then we have our porch post details as well as the post details in the rear, and just calling out the different materials that we're using for the new windows, as well as the retaining wall detail as well. Next slide, please. Should be the final slide. This is just showing West Kingston Avenue, all the different houses on the street with all the different elevations. 320 is the one right there. The cursor is highlighting, which we're going to be adding at least 3 foot 3 inches more to that existing roof. And I think that's about it.
Okay, thank you so much, Harold. Christy, do we have anyone on the line wishing? Okay, so we do not have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against. I'll start. Carrie and Mark, congratulations on your firstborn.
Thank you.
On your pictures, it looks like your windows are 6/6. Is that correct? Your current windows?
You talking about which windows we're talking about? The ones in the front?
Yes.
The existing windows, yeah, those are like 6/6 windows.
They're not showing up like that on your drawings, and so you say that you're keeping existing windows?
Yeah, we're keeping all existing windows. We're not removing any existing windows on the home.
So these are 6/6, it's just not drawn that way?
Correct.
Okay. As far as the skylights, how far back are they? Do you know?
The skylights are probably going to be sitting at least 3 or 4 feet from the edge of the roof, from the roof edge.
Okay. I will get in another question. You say that the grading of the lot slopes up as you go back.
Yes, ma'am.
And right now, it looks like your accessory building is sitting is the top of it goes to 20 feet, 3 inches. With the grading difference, how would that compare to the main house?
With the main, they really just gonna do more of the grading for where the structure of the 2-car garage will be placed at. Because the existing one that's back there, we're walking on the land, once you get back there to where that garage at, that ground kind of drops down a little bit for that particular garage. and we're just gonna do the same thing with this one. So it's gonna make it, we just making sure that when that structure is built, that roof is not towering over the proposed roof that we have for the home now.
Sure.
Question.
I will say that, one of our guidelines specifies that the accessory building should be secondary to the primary building in
Correct.
every way. So it would need to be not on par with the roof, but well beneath the primary roof line, just so that, we'll discuss that. Some of my concerns at this point is the massing of that. It feels like the back part is top heavy, for lack of a better way to put it. So that's something that's a concern. The fenestration on both your accessory unit as well as your addition is also a bit of a challenge. And so these are more of comments than questions. If you want to address your process in those comments, feel free to do so.
Can you just repeat? You said when you said top heavy, are you talking about the 2-car garage or just the whole?
I'm talking about your addition on the house, the top floor.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to kind of give some context. The reason we did not anticipate having to go back. The lot does have, it's almost a quarter-acre lot, so we are able to go back without any setback or other issues. And the facade of the front will remain the same, as well as the windows and the streetscape. But the reason we are going back in this fashion and in this manner is because with the clearance at the front, we wouldn't be able to get what we need to properly accommodate a bedroom at that front part of the house. And so the reason we're asking for the clearance for the additional 3 feet on the roof there is to accommodate children's bedrooms and go back a bit. Now, there was an opportunity for us to look at how do we do this in a way that's going to, again, maintain the architectural character and the fenestration of the home from the front. So these were kind of the best solutions that we were able to come up with. And we had a couple of pre-application meetings with the HDC staff just to kind of talk through how to best position the property and get the additional square footage within the home, make it our family home.
Okay, thanks, Carrie. Commissioner Bonaparte.
I couldn't recall if I saw this or not. Was there any mention of a retaining wall?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Do we have any information on that?
Yes, there is detail. Harold, you can go to the page with the retaining wall detail, but just to give some context on that, we've heard from, and Mark and I are the type who are going to go, and as soon as we closed on the home, we went and met all the neighbors. And so we chatted with them and they shared with us some detail about the water challenges on the street because of some of the grading of the lot. And so that retaining wall will allow for maximum sort of drainage coming around the property and not into the property. And the fenestration, all of the detail on the sort of material is demonstrated here on the elevation drawings.
And another reason why we have to add the retaining wall, because once we're doing the addition to the rear of the house, that addition will be mostly built on concrete slab. So we don't have enough room to be able to dig down for a crawl space like the existing house is already located on. So that retaining wall is just to help to prevent from flooding from coming into the home.
Okay, thank you. And the new retaining wall, I'm looking at slide A0504. It appears like it's at the back of the house. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So there's not one at the front of the house.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Commissioner Barth?
Hi, Harold. Thank you for your presentation. I think that was a great description of the project. Just a few questions. Do you know, or maybe Christy, you might know too, the age of the existing accessory structure? Like what year it was built?
That is a good question. I could tell you. I think that structure was built. Ooh, I don't know that off the top of my head. No, I do not. I just know it's a center block built structure.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, it looks like maybe something done in the 50s or 60s potentially.
Yeah, Chris, from the homeowners, from what I understand, it was around the 50s.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense with the styling and the certain elements. And then also, let's see here. I'm going down my list. Do you happen to know in the attic? I take it that is an attic space on the second floor of the existing home. Is that correct?
It
Or
is.
Yes, it
yeah,
has a walk-in attic.
it's access with an attic stair.
Yes.
Yeah.
look,
Do you all know the height from the floor of that attic to the ridge beam of the house? Like how tall that attic space is?
It was actually about 9 foot 4 inches to the bottom of that ridge beam.
9'4". Okay. All right. I think that's all I had for now. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Barth. Harold, the new windows, they're also going to be 6/6.
Actually, they 3x5 windows. More of the
I'm
standard.
sorry.
I think they 3
I'm s-
foot 3x5.
I'm talking about the divided light. So is it 6/6, like the
yes.
ones in the front?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, I have a question. Thanks. I think you said that the height of the new garage was 20 feet, 9 inches, maybe
3 inches.
3 inches. Is that from the ground, or like, I guess where I'm going with this question is the proximity of that garage to the house on Wickford. Do you by any chance know the height of the house that's on Wickford that it would be adjacent to?
I don't know the exact, Harold may know, I don't know the exact proximity of the adjacent house, but the house next door to us, 324 West Kingston, has a garage with a similar elevation based on a renovation that was done maybe like 8 or 9 years ago. With a 2-car garage. So it is comparable to the home to the right. Now the adjacent rear property, I'm not familiar with the height of the garage there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I only asked because it's just as a sensitivity issue, the height of the garage, to the height of the neighbor's house is what I was thinking about.
I
Yeah,
know
the property line actually, the neighbors have quite a bit of rear yard, so it doesn't, from a privacy or sensitivity issue, it doesn't have, there's not a structure behind it within about 20 or 30 feet.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, other questions, commissioners? Can you tell us the HVAC location, Harold?
the HVAC located right now, the condensing unit is on the right side of the property, close to the front of the house.
Okay,
And what we plan on doing is putting the second condensing unit to be right beside it for the new addition.
with screening?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner
Yeah, go ahead.
Lineberger? I'm sorry, Harold?
I didn't say nothing.
Oh,
No, that
okay.
was me. Sorry, Kim. After
Okay.
I got comments.
Sure, Chris. So first Commissioner Lineberger, then Commissioner Muir.
I just wanted to ask about the tree that's closest to the new, there seems to be a tree that's real close to the new pavement for going back to the garage. And I was just going to ask if there was what your plan is. I guess you could address all the trees. I don't think we talked about that in your presentation.
Oh, we don't have no plans of cutting down any trees. All existing trees will remain.
Okay, that one though that I was most concerned about, curious about really, is the one that's adjacent to the pavement Going back to
Mhm.
the garage. Just
Yeah,
curious if you had any kind of a inspection on that or tree protection plan for that.
No, it's a great question. We actually talked to Mr. Dupree Richardson, the next door neighbor there, and asked him about it because apparently it started as a very small tree and it's now sort of come onto both. It looks like the roots are coming on to both property lines. So it will be something to determine, get an arborist out there at a future point. It's not on our property, so we can't do anything about it at this point. But we did talk to him about it and see if we wanted to maybe work together to get a determination on the health of the tree as we get this project started.
Okay, so I'm talking about, if you look at the site plan, I'm talking about the tree that, and maybe it's just not located properly, but are you saying that one that's at the back of the house near where you show the rear
That
porch?
particular tree, yeah, that tree right there at the mouth is highlighting over. That tree will not even be in the way of any of the construction that's going to be done.
It's an existing pecan tree that's not going to be touched at all.
Okay.
Commissioner Mirren?
Yeah, thank you. I had some questions, I think, for both the applicant and Christy about the composite roofing. Is that something that we've seen before in the district? And I was looking at the detail on, I believe, page 37 that shows the thickness and stuff. Well, it's not 37, 38. It's in the middle, right before the elevations, Christy. In the bottom right there, yeah, 38. So the roof vent detail shows a pretty big expansion space for the material to grow, and I don't know much about this material, so I was just curious.
Hi, Chris. This is Christy. I'm not familiar with it either, so I would leave that up to the applicant to share.
That's just typical roof vent detail. It's just a little bit. It's not the gap is not that big. We just try to just detail it up, just calling out different materials that's going to be used, from the plywood to the sheathing, the felt, things of that nature. But it's not going to be huge like that. It's just a typical roof vent detail down on the ridge of the roof.
Okay, well, I think that needs to be looked at then, because you have a scale on it, and it looks like it's every bit of the same size as that girder in the middle of the roof. So 2 inches thick at least for that system. And I don't know if we've used this before, and to me that seems like there's a lot of air there. Not saying that this isn't a good system and you can use it and birds and insects. I've never seen it, and for something that we've seen, like this is definitely falls under the new material for 610 number 6 that we can talk about that we don't see in the historical district. So I was just kind of trying to learn a little bit more about it.
That detail can be revised though. That's just a typical detail we've always used, but I can revise that detail to make it reflect more of what's going to be built out there once I get with the structural engineer scale wise.
Yep. And then the only other thing I had was on the new addition, you've got the introduction of shakes onto the project. Was that pulled from elsewhere in the neighborhood where you saw that detail, kind of the shakes above the lap siding, or is that something that is kind of new?
It's existing on some of the homes that we shared as a part of the presentation at the beginning, where you saw on West Park and on Kingston and on Wickford some of that cedar shake detail. So we wanted to try to incorporate some of the aspects that it would not be a material that wasn't historic or had some reference and reverence to the neighborhood. We're open to if there's a material suggestion change, but we were trying to stick with some of the similarities of homes that had been approved from the HDC with some of the detail and selection of materials.
Okay, so yeah, I think you're calling out 305 West Park, number 5 on that sheet that
Yes.
shows the shakes. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not sure that works in this context because we don't have a roof line that we're kind of going through. You know, on 305 West Park, there's a roof that kind of resets that datum. So maybe there's an opportunity to kind of look at, you know, what the house is doing on the front porch. If there's something with that detail that can be pulled out to kind of look on those dormers. Maybe not the pink. The pink looks nice, but maybe not that color. But other than that, the material maybe or the patterning.
Yeah, we would like to opt to not go with the pink moving ahead. And so we would like to maybe have a consistency of color on that front sort of gable that would be aligned with what would be on the side. So we're open to suggestions there and definitely want to do everything we can to give it the historic look with the addition. But then from the front, it would absolutely have the same streetscape that it has now and keep the integrity of the existing home.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Murin. And I just have one last question, just because the massing of the addition is really going to be a challenge for me, and I'll just speak for myself. And you mentioned, Terry, that you all have a sizable lot. Did you all look at going back? I know you want to take advantage of the walk-in attic, but did you also consider or investigate going back? We typically frown on raising the roof, particularly at the you know, the height that you all want to raise it. So did you look at other options as far as going back?
Yeah, we absolutely did. We talked with the architect team, we talked with the HDC staff and just kind of understood what are our options. Because of some of the water and grading, it seemed like the most effective and most architecturally sort of sound and keeping the integrity of the home would be to utilize the existing attic space because it had the clearance and try to add the 3 foot to the roof ridge. And so we understand that some of the projects that have been approved have had sort of that 3 foot addition to the roof ridge, but no more than that. So we didn't want to ask for more than that, but did want to try to see if we could get the space there to maximize to have a bedroom back there, because we can't add it to the front of the home because of the sloping of the roof. So that was kind of it. And I'll let Harold and his team speak to more from an architectural standpoint, but we did try to explore the option of going back on the lot as well.
Yeah, like basically like she's saying, because like if we was to go back, it was going to be a lot of grading and a lot of just moving dirt around just to be able to get that much space to be able to add 3 more bedrooms and 2 more bathrooms. So it was just going to be more of a challenge by just keeping the house almost at a semi-ranch level, than going up, where we rather tackle those challenges of going up than going to the back.
And Harold, the other thing too is that we didn't want to lose, we love that pecan tree in the back. And so going back just in the depth would have probably gotten too close to that. So we just didn't want to have to get too close to the roots of that tree or go back to in the yard where we would have to change any of the existing landscape.
That's
Okay.
correct.
All right, thank you so much. Commissioners, any other questions before we close for deliberation? Okay, so we will close now for deliberation. And I'm just going to do a bit of a round robin to see what people's thoughts are. So why don't we start with you, Commissioner Murin?
I definitely see where you're coming from, Kim, on the size. I think they're doing everything to try to step this back. And I definitely understand the problems with going too deep in the site with the water issues, just looking at what they have is drawing A0504. I think the next page, sheet 42, Christy. Nope, sorry. 2 more. There we go. Sheet 44, just showing that. So I see if the house goes back, they're digging in the sides of the earth and everything looks like it slopes right down there. So I see where they're coming from looking at a second story versus extending the first. But I agree with you, Kim. I hate to say it, that it looks too tall from the front. I think the setback from the outside of the roof is not enough to kind of show the front, or to show the addition, that it is an addition. And I just keep coming back to picture 1 on their third sheet after their plans, where they have images of the existing house.
Yeah, yeah.
That would kind of show, you know, it as drawn, it comes up past that chimney. So even if it's in perspective, it's coming up considerably from that image. And I understand the applicant where he's coming from on the detail for the roof, but I think he needs to call out traditional asphalt shingles or whatever needs to be done, because that to me is a detail for a completely different system. And normally on asphalt shingles, excuse me, there's a plastic ridge vent and more of the shingles on top, not all the bug screens and everything else. So to me, that's a different detail for a different roof system.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you, Commissioner Murin. Commissioner Hayden.
I'm having trouble with the height.
Okay.
I mean, I realize it's sloping away, that the building's sitting up. You know, the view from the street, probably it won't really seem that impactful, but it does in reality. And in the backyard, it's going to be significant. I think the adjacent properties are going to be impacted pretty significantly from this.
Speak up, Jim.
Yeah, it's too tall.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Barth.
I see the dilemma here with what the architects and the client is trying to do. I mean, I think this is an American small house, if I'm not mistaken. So it is short, it is small, it's hard to add square footage. I think there are some challenges with how the addition is connected. And, you know, I feel similarly to some of what the other applicants have said as far as the height. I also feel like, you know, I appreciate that they've maintained the existing slopes of the existing house where they are connecting, but I think the way that it is connecting in volume and massing really sort of erases that roof line conceptually. So maybe a little bit lighter of a touch, a little bit lower of a ridge on the addition would help. As well, I think, you know, just looking at this elevation, I think we need to have accurate drawings as far as the window style for the what's existing, as well as you know, as they mentioned, reflecting that style onto the addition too. I have other comments about the ADU. Do we want to stick to the house for now?
Let's stick to the house for now. Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Barth. Commissioner Heineman.
Hi, thanks. Christy, I might need your help with this. I'm wondering, do we have a Zoutwell for the opposite side of Kingston Avenue by any chance in your files? The odd side of the 300 block?
We do, and it was provided to the applicant, but this is all I got back, and I don't have a Zoutwell that shows the proposed house dropped in. What you have on your screen is all that we have at the moment.
Is it possible for you to bring up the heights on the outside? Where I'm going with this is that I actually really I really empathize with the challenge that the applicant is facing here too, because American small houses are diminutive, and this block on the even side is diminutive, and the program that they're looking for their growing family is a pretty modest program that we see a lot, and so I think it's a program we ought to be able to, you know, find a solution for, because it's a modest program, and the 3-foot height increase is one that we, you know, when height increases are approved with site conditions that sort of require, you know, creative ways to look at things, such as saving the tree and the drainage issues, which I think are very real issues. 3 feet is certainly in the range that we look at, but once we get to the proposed height of 28 feet 8 inches, it's the tallest house on the block. And our height guidelines really require that we be not taller than the tallest historic home. And I think that if we're looking at the even side of this block, that's a real challenge for us, but we're allowed to look in 360 degrees. And so I'm hoping that the odd side of this block will offer us something here. Thank you. This is really helpful.
Sure. And I have one. I pulled up the one with the historic houses identified in red.
Thank you so much. This is really helpful. So I'm reading from my computer screen, but it looks like we've got a 26.1 here that's historic, and that appears to be the tallest one. Is that correct?
Quite honestly, for everyone in the room, it's very hard to see on the screen because it's so small.
Okay.
And I don't want to answer wrong. So
Thank you.
I would
So
have to evaluate this. Yeah.
Okay, so for further evaluation, my best interpretation of this exhibit, which is the odd side of the 300 block of West Kingston Avenue per the Zatwell survey, is that perhaps number 331 is the tallest historic house on the block, and perhaps that is the benchmark that we need to look at based on our height guidelines. Is that helpful the way I said that?
That's incredibly helpful. Thank you, Jessica.
Okay, so but anyway, my big picture being it's an American small house. The program is modest. The site does have, you know, credible drainage issues and a tree that's trying to be saved. And so while I think that's what we're up against, while I think the site may make the case for a height increase, the height guideline that we can't be taller than the tallest historic house on the block is going to be the challenge, and we're going to have to look towards use that 360 rule in order to do it. The other thing is that for me, the massing, the fact that as the roof is rising higher, the walls are coplanar, or at least the structure on the walls are coplanar. So it's the massing is feeling heavy against the historic American small house, and that the plate height on the addition appears to be, you know, in the neighborhood of 8 feet for full height walls. And on a 1.5 story house, that's not what we typically see. We typically see knee walls. And some articulation in those rooms. And so it really appears, you know, particularly from the rear elevation, that it's a 2-story house hiding behind a 1-story house, which is part of what's contributing to the heaviness. And my other question is, you know, is the driveway a solid driveway or is it carriage strips? Because it's a lot of concrete if we're getting all the way back there. On a solid driveway. That's basically it for the house, the addition portion of it for me.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yeah, I think much of it has been said. I mean, I understand their dilemma and what they're up against. And the fact that, you know, we know we're in a lot of these historic or older neighborhoods, there are smaller homes, and, you know, the intent or the idea was to be able to expand on the lot as families grow. So I get it. And everything that's been mentioned, hopefully we can provide some feedback to restudy the addition to make it feel less heavy and not be as high. But I understand the situation.
Okay, so we have Commissioner Walker and Commissioner Lineberger. Do you have anything to add to what's been said about the houses? No, good. Okay, it's been pretty thorough. Why don't we kick it back to you, Chris Barth, just to make mention of the accessory building so that we can give some direction there?
Yeah, I think, you know, I appreciate that the accessory structure and footprint is relatively modest in size from what we see on some applications. I will say that the massing, the height, you know, some of the similar guidelines that we've referenced on the addition, come up with the accessory dwelling unit as well. I think looking at both, and in particular, the accessory dwelling unit as a story and a half with knee walls and dormers to occupy that second story space may be a little bit more effective for that structure. So, bringing the eave line down, bringing the ridge line down would certainly help.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Barth. I'm going to add, before I kick it back to Commissioner Heineman, that I would like to see where the height of the building with the grading relative to the primary structure. Commissioner Heineman, you also had comments you wanted to make about the accessory building.
Yeah, no, the knee wall height just feels high in proportion to what we typically see to me.
Okay. All right. I have an issue with the fenestration. Anyone else have? Okay, so I see commissioners shaking their heads. So fenestration on the accessory building is also something that needs to be addressed. We've put out a few points here. I'm going to ask either Commissioner Barth or Commissioner Heineman, because you had a number of great notes, to make a motion so that we can give some direction to our applicants before moving on to the next application.
Commissioner Barth, we can do this together. I'll write it if you help me out here.
Okay.
I would move
Thank
to continue this application for a restudy of the height relative to historic structures within a 360-degree view, a restudy of the massing for its weight and its two-story presentation, and a restudy of the rhythm for the coplanar walls at the addition. Of the fenestration for the 6/6 windows and the proportion relative to the historic windows. And in my notes, although I didn't mention it, the center column on the front porch is not an existing column condition, and it feels like it's not working in the rhythm of the house. I would eliminate the center column on the front porch.
Sure, please add it.
Eliminate the center column on front porch. And I would love to talk about this in discussion, but the stylistic presentation of the columns on the project are very craftsman right now. We do, in all of our districts, see a lot of Tudor influence in craftsmen, so that actually might work here. But I would love the applicant just to take a look at the Tudor and English cottage presentations of columns on a porch.
Right.
I think it would be good to see the base and capital sections of detail of those columns in a little bit more detail.
Agreed.
Maybe referencing some historical examples.
Sorry, referencing
some historical examples. My issues with it are, the header, or not the header, the capital seems a little a little heavy and out of proportion.
And the alignment with the beam, and the needing a projection on the pier, right?
Correct.
So I have height 6.6, massing 6.5, rhythm 6.12, fenestration 6.12.
Fenestration is 6.12, yeah.
Porches 6.14.
Mm-hmm. I think we should add Commissioner Murin's point regarding the roof.
Oh, thank you. Restudy
6.15, yeah.
ridge vent. Thank you. 6.15. And I'm going to reference for the Tudor English Cottage language, I'm going to reference 3.18 and 3.20. Okay.
I know we discussed it, Jessica, but if we could just have them include the Zatwell survey for both sides of the street, so we can see that where it falls, and if they can include the proposed project as opposed to the current one, the existing house, so we see how it fits.
Okay, I've got that.
Anything else we're missing, peeps, that we discussed?
The HVAC and tree
Yeah.
protection and the driveway.
Yeah.
HVAC, location and screening, tree protection plan, driveway details,
Yes.
and dimensions.
There was some mention of the retaining wall. Do we want to get into that?
Can I ask Christy, is the retaining wall something, since it's so far back on the site, is that something that you can evaluate at the staff level, or does that require commission review?
We can look at it at the staff level, but it might be relevant related to any trees on site.
Thank you. And it could be incorporated into the pier design potentially of the back porch. So let's keep the retaining wall.
And ask for dimensions also.
Retaining wall dimensions. Okay. And the cap detail? We don't have a cap on it.
Details, retaining wall details.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and in this, while we were on that site section, the retaining wall, at least in that image, isn't really referenced as a retaining wall. It's more of just a site wall. So I think how the grade is manipulated around it and how the grade is treated at that retaining wall might be important to look at.
Sorry, I'm going back in my drawings here.
Can I add something?
Please.
Yeah, I was just wondering, given the height of the garage as it relates to the house itself, do we need to see that, a visual of how that looks from the street?
Yes.
The answer is yes for me. I am almost hesitant to evaluate the garage, the accessory building, until we've resolved those issues with the addition. Is that fair
Yeah.
to say?
That's fair. That's more than fair. Because we would also want to bring up your earlier point, Jill, which is how does it impact the house behind it? So yeah, let's save the accessory building.
But Jill, I agree with you. I'm just not sure that, I think that might change based on the response to the continuation.
I agree. Thanks.
Okay. Any other friendly amendments for Commissioner Heineman / Commissioner Barth? Okay. Jessica, when you get to a good point, will you just restate the motion?
Okay, Commissioner Barth, check me if I miss anything here. I move to continue this application for a restudy of the height relative to the historic structures within 360 degrees based on guideline standard 6.6. A restudy of the massing for its weight and its two-story presentation based on standard 6.5. A restudy of the rhythm and the coplanar walls based on standard 6.12. A restudy of the fenestration, the 6/6 windows, and their overall proportion relative to the historic windows based on standard 6.12. Eliminating the center column on the front porch based on standard 6.14. A study of the Tudor and English cottage presentation of columns on porches. The details for the basin cap on the column, referencing precedent and examples, and the alignment with the beam and projection of the pier caps, all based on standard 6.15, 3.18, and 3.20. Oh, sorry, that was 3.18 and 3.20. 6.15 is the restudy of the ridge vent detail. To include the outwell on both sides of the street with the proposed project within the streetscape. And for Chapter 8, the HVAC location and screening, a tree protection plan, driveway details, dimensions, and spacing at the house, and retaining wall details and dimensions.
Do you want to add that we are not making any judgments on the accessory building at this point, or no?
Yes, how is it appropriate to say that?
Christy, just that way. So we have not, what I just said that I cannot repeat.
Okay, so
Yes, just say it like that. And of course, if the applicants choose to make the changes based on the discussion they heard earlier about the wall height and the fenestration, they are certainly, that's their purview to do so.
We're not reviewing the accessory building at this time as it is dependent on the
Changes made.
continuation.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Sound good to you, Commissioner Barth?
Did they have an impervious calculation on the site plan?
I did not see the rear yard calcs or the impervious calcs, actually. Thank you for saying that.
Friendly amendment to provide impervious calculations in the rear yard.
Accepted, provide HTC coverage and permeability calculations.
All right. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Barth. I feel like it was only right, Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion? All right, then let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Murn,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 8-0. Thank you so much. All right, on to application 2. Okay, and let the record show that Commissioner Henningsen has rejoined the meeting.
Thank you. And before we continue on to agenda item number 2, I am sending an email out to everyone that signed up to speak about agenda item number 3. Staff was just notified that agenda item number 3, 2200 Park Road, will not be presenting their project today. The deferred project will be added back into the application queue and probably won't be heard again until the fall sometime. Thank you.
Number
Number
3.
3. Okay, with that, the next application is 1615 Dilworth Road West. It was not heard at the June meeting. This is an application for tree removal. Everything is in the packet. There's a tree risk assessment report by a certified master arborist, track qualified, and the city urban forestry staff also evaluated the provided report and provided their review summary, which is shown on slide 61 of the presentation. Joan, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you.
And were you sworn in?
No, I was not.
Okay, we'll start there.
All right. If you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Joan, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Sure. My name is Joan Habenreiser, and my address is 1615 Dilworth Road West, 28203.
Thank you. Is there anything you want to add about the tree proposed for removal or any new tree to be planted?
Except for what's already in the proposal, I think that is, all of that information is correct. I mean, I do know, just for summary for the commission, that the fungal root rot, that's not at the extent that they would say the tree needs to be removed. The bigger concern is the codominant leaders that are significantly split low on the tree, present a significant risk to the future of a failure within you can see it in that picture you're showing right now, failure that could impact the structure of the house. My intent, I hate to lose that tree. My intent, though, is to really replace it with another. The black gum was my recommendation to actually put in there, mainly because I'm interested in more color. There are 2 willow oaks that are on the parkway. They're much younger than the one that's currently in the front yard, but this will give them an opportunity to actually help further the canopy cover in the neighborhood. So I don't intend to not put a tree in. My intention is definitely to replace it.
Okay, do we have anyone on the line? All right, commissioners, any questions? Going once, going twice? All right, let's close for deliberation. Jim, you're a tree guy. What say you?
I spent a long time looking.
I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Mic on, sorry. I spent some significant time looking at these trees, this yard and the trees around it this morning. And I understand the conditions, and it, there are 2 dominant leaders and they're very low down. There's a lot of weight on those trees, or those branches. It's highly likely that tree's going to come apart at some point in time in the not too distant future. So I'm as much as I hate to say it, I'm going to support the tree removal. There are a lot of other trees in the immediate area that can benefit from the increased sunlight. So I think it'll be okay. It'll take a couple years, but it'll be okay.
Okay. All right.
I'm inclined to make a motion to approve.
That sounds
All
like a
right.
motion.
Yeah. I move that we allow the tree to be removed.
Can we specify any replanting maybe?
Yes.
So I'm not that familiar, with the black gum or that they're talking about wanting to replace it with. I'm not sure what that is, what the scientific name is. If I can get some answer on that, but I would rather see an oak tree go back in there since it's Dilworth and that's really the predominant tree canopy element. And that's what's coming down, a big oak. So
Commissioner Walker?
I think the applicant's replacing it with a black gum,
Yeah,
right?
Jim said his preference would be this. So could we leave it up to the applicant as long as it fits a certain set of specs?
Yeah, I guess.
The black gum is a slow grower.
Well, we don't want a fast grower. Fast growers are weak wooded and they're gonna come down, so,
Okay,
yeah, yeah, I'm okay with that.
okay. All right, so you want to add that to your motion?
Yes, add to the motion that the tree to replace would be either a black gum or an oak.
Okay. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Commissioner Henningsen. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Muirn,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve passes 9-0. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Kathy.
Thank you,
Thanks,
appreciate
Joan.
it.
Thanks,
Joan.
Thanks, Joan. Kathy.
Joan.
Joan.
Kathy is next. Thank you, Joan.
Thank you.
Speaking of Kathy, Kathy, are you with us?
I am.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you.
Okay, let me get through.
Kathy, have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, clearly I was very excited for you to join us. So if you will, please raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much, Kathy.
Oh, here, come out of it. Well, that was quick.
Okay, this next application is 1914 Thomas Avenue. It is on as a consent agenda item. It is simply a reaffirmation of a previous approval. The approval has expired. As people may know, the COAs are good for 12 months. They can be renewed by staff for an additional 12 months. And that time is not to necessarily complete a project, it's to pull permits. But this house has had a lot of beautiful work done recently, and they didn't get permits pulled before the COA expired. So I think they're ready to go with this phase 2, and they're just looking for a reaffirmation from the commission.
Okay, commissioners, do we have anyone here who objects to this remaining on the consent agenda list of 1? Nope. Okay, so let's have a motion.
Can I make a motion?
Please.
I would like to make a motion to approve this application based on it not being incongruous with the district and meeting standards for accessory buildings, guideline 8.9, and for new construction, chapter 6.
All right. Commissioner Walker made the motion. Who's going to make the second?
Second.
Commissioner Henningsen. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Muirn,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 9-0. Thanks, Kathy.
Thank you so much.
Okay, our next applications are continuances from the June meeting. The first one is 201 Grandin. Mark, Kevin, Davin, Chris,
Okay,
are you
will
with
do.
us?
Yes, Davin Stamp from Cluck is here.
Hi, Davin. Is anyone else planning to join you?
I know Chris is planning on joining, and he's about 5 minutes away, so he'll be joining as soon as he's able.
Okay. Have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, we'll start there.
All right, Davin, if you'll raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Davin, I will go ahead and let you get started. I would just remind the commissioners that the memo includes all of the items for which this project was continued from June. And it has a staff analysis for some of those items as well. The project begins on, they have repeated their existing conditions. I'm going to scroll through all of these. I think everyone's very familiar with the existing conditions of this building. And we are going to start with the continuance. Davin, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, and then get started with how the project has changed from last month.
Yes, my name is Davin Stamp, and I reside at 538 Sandridge Road, Charlotte, North Carolina. So, following feedback from our last meeting, there was a lot of good feedback that we received from HDC, and we've gone back and looked at the plans extensively, trying to address these. In terms of considerations, I'll walk through these right now. We're still conservation of the existing Grandin Church into residential units, condominiums, and keeping the street elevations remaining largely unchanged. And within our window protection plan, still keeping all the existing stained glass windows to be maintained and protected. And then a big change from last time was there was more extensive field visits by the GC and our team to go through and extensively document the state of the existing windows. And after that research, we did agree with the HDC's recommendation on retaining and repairing all the existing windows, and we were able to make adjustments within the unit plan layouts so that they would internal to it, so that it wouldn't impact the exterior, and all the windows could be retained and repaired. All new windows above stained glass, we looked at those again in terms of their expression on the facade per HDC comments, and then additional conservation of the building, both on the exterior, the brick and masonry detailing is maintained, and on the interior, the wood ceiling of the sanctuary is to remain. In the next few slides, if you go to the next one.
Davin,
Yes.
if you can speak a little slower for us,
Oh,
please.
my
Okay,
apologies.
thank you. Thank you.
So these next few slides, there are 3 of them. We went through item by item, and with the HDC comments we received, in gray, you can see Cluck's comments in magenta there and how we planned on addressing them. So the first comment on the windows was to keep and repair the existing windows per guideline for 414, 1, 2, and 3, and Cluck, where all the existing windows will be retained and repaired. Provide evidence on all windows that are beyond repair. The existing lower level windows, which we were originally planning on replacing, they're located 48 inches above the existing interior floor, and an interior step will be provided in order to allow the egress from those windows per the building code. That was one of our main concerns, was the height of those windows wouldn't work for egress, but we have worked the interior floor plans and revised them so that we can maintain the existing historic character of those windows. On item number 3, restudy the stained glass windows, the windows above the stained glass window in the sanctuary. We've looked at them and restudied them, and they're revised on the elevations you'll see today. On left and right elevations, we have also, on the ground level, there was the sizing of the window, we were matching the original lintel that was installed there, but that window we've changed to match the proportions of the other ground level windows per comments. for the windows on the rear elevation, ensure that any windows that are being bricked up or omitted are detailed on the drawings, and we're no longer removing existing windows on that rear elevation, and new windows are noted. If you go to the next one. Thank you. The doors, retain and repair historic doors and do not change the size per 410 number 1 and 4. We have revised plans and elevations to retain and repair those historic doors on the front elevation, not election. My apologies. Keep the original door configuration that has been done. We're retaining those and repairing. On the left elevation, keep the side door towards the back. Once again, we've revised, and the new door that we're putting in will match the paneling of the main front door of the church. And restudy the doors paneling to better match what's on the front elevation of the church. The exterior doors have been revised to match the paneling per comments on the front elevation. The chimneys, in the previous plan, we were removing the existing chimneys above the chimney, above the roof line, and now will be maintaining those chimneys from the exterior appearance. And with the AC units, not having the AC units, the condensing units exposed on the ground on the front elevation, they have been relocated so they're no longer along the street facing elevations. Next slide. So the addition, there was extensive kind of rework based on your comments that we went into this addition in detail, which when we go into the elevations, we can walk through that more, but the details on material size and trim, window trim and section drawings, material and window trim to match existing. We've kind of adjusted the materials on that so that some of the bay window projections that were on the previous edition that were shown have been removed. So the restudy of the bay window additions, shake materials, and design of the rear elevation of the addition. The CLEC has revised to remove those bay window additions, and we believe we presented something that will be more in line with the traditional masonry and parapets and limestone wainscoting that were there.
Davin,
Yes.
hi, yeah, we're having a hard time hearing you. Again, speak up clearly and slowly, please. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. I hope in this part, since I'm kind of reading the text that also on screen, that if I am hurrying through some of this, which I apologize, that the text also supplements that. And on the addition.
Hey, Davin.
Yes.
You know what might be, this is Christy. You know what might be helpful?
Mhm.
We have all of this information, so maybe you want to point out on like the proposed design, the changes that were made.
Yes.
So we have like a visual to match that. I think that might help the commissioners a little better.
Understood. Yeah, we can
Okay,
start going through
thanks.
the site plans and that.
Okay, cool.
So some previous comments were identifying on the existing site plan which trees were being removed. You can see those identified on this site plan. There are some at the rear of the property near the alley, and there's one existing tree along Grandin that is also being removed. And then if we go to the next slide, you can see all the new trees that the civil engineer has been working with urban forestry to confirm their recommendations. And where there are new trees both along Grandin and along West 4th Street, and a tree in the alley to cover parking in that rear area. Also worth noting on this, confirming how we're The new riser room is also acting as a screening for parking, which is shown on the kind of along West 4th Street, that building adjacent to the parking. Sorry, one more note on that site plan. The new HVAC locations with screens, they're identified on the courtyard face, no longer on the front elevation from Grandin. They've been relocated, all the condensing units down within the courtyard. Yes. So these are the existing floor plans, main, upper. And special note here is that the existing chimneys will remain. And these floor plans, we revised them in order to accommodate for existing doors that were along West 4th Street if we go up one level. Can you go back one slide? Thank you. Along West 4th Street, there's that note where existing tenant entry door and new brick stair to match existing building. That door at the entryway is in the same place as the existing door on site, and so we haven't relocated that. We've adjusted units in order to allow for that to occur. Also, you'll see in plan, which is that where the two A2 units are shown in the building, the additional building, the floor plan has changed, which will be more evident when we go to the elevations, but the bay windows have been removed. And that can be noticed in the additional building, which is identified as A2 and A2 on this plan. As we go up in page, see that also the bay windows are not on the upper level, and we're maintaining kind of the metal roof.
Davin, I'm so
Yes.
sorry.
Sorry.
If it
Maybe
sounds
we
like
can go
you're
to the,
shouting and speaking
Okay.
so slowly, then we can
Uh-huh.
hear you.
Okay, sorry.
You're just swallowing your words, and I want to make sure that we're getting you on the record, okay?
Do we
Understood.
want to maybe, I just got confirmation that the property owner and Chris have joined us.
Great.
Might this be a good time to swear
Yes.
them in?
Yes.
Okay. great.
Okay, thank you. All right, Chris is here, and Mark?
Chris and Mark, would you please confirm you're with us?
Here, I couldn't unmute for some reason, but yes, Mark is here.
And Chris as well.
Chris, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chris. My ears perked up. Okay, so if you all will raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And please, I hate to belabor the point, but it sounds like you all don't swallow your words, speak up and project so that we can get you on the record and understand this wonderful project you put together. Okay?
Sure.
Right, you may continue.
Okay. So I'm gonna just fill Chris in on what has been discussed. We've walked through the considerations and how we've met the HDC requirements, and we've gone through now the floor plans, but we're about to go into the elevations where we'll actually show kind of how we've responded to those comments we've received from HDC.
Great, thanks, Davin. Okay, so I believe we covered this slide, or Davin covered this slide. Our uppermost floor roof plan, worth noting, and we had mentioned this last time, that we are grouping all of our plumbing vents on the southern slope of the sanctuary, and that is the the roof opposite the street elevation. So we're trying to hide all those penetrations, as well as we have a chimney feature on the annex building to the top left, which will house all of the plumbing vents there. And then just to reiterate Davin's earlier point, we are keeping both of the existing masonry chimneys per your comments last time. Okay, here we are. Existing, and again, note those chimneys to remain. And we are removing a ramp which was not original to the structure. And then, of course, all of the existing beautiful details will remain: the cross, the windows on the front, as well as we've revised since last time, and we are utilizing the existing doors that are on the sanctuary, the existing double doors up there, as well as maintaining the existing monument sign out front. And then as we are now looking, we've been calling this the courtyard elevation. You're seeing the annex, and you can see its porch and stair element. And windows, you'll note that the windows, both in their mutton proportions and scale, are much in keeping with the existing sanctuary structure. And we are matching the roof line of the classroom wing with the new annex. Also worth noting, these buildings are slightly farther apart based on some comments from last time. So the separation of the two buildings is a little bit wider now. And as we look at the street elevation, some points to make since last time. We've adjusted the egress windows, which sit atop of the stained glass arch windows. We've adjusted those both in detail and proportion. And also worth noting, the windows which are in the first level, so those are the ones that are down by a grade. We've got, and Davin, I'm going to ask you to step back in here, clarify on these. We had to adjust these so that they would work for egress.
Yes.
Okay.
And those two windows that are called out as new, those are where there were not existing windows.
Thank you for that. So the majority of all of the existing windows on the first level are now simply repaired original windows, with the exception of these two new additional windows that we're adding, flanking to the right and to the left of the sanctuary, where and there are leaders calling those out. On this image, you're also seeing the trash enclosure beyond to the far left. That's new for today's meeting. And I do believe that is all that has been changed since last time. This is our typical entryway. So worth noting again that the existing stained glass is to remain. The egress window, which is above the archway, we have diminished some of the stone detailing that was around there before. Again, trying to give more prominence to the stained glass window itself. And worth noting as well, we're taking one of the existing pendant fixtures from inside the sanctuary, and that sits just beyond the stained glass window within this entry. And as we go to the rear, we've done some pretty sizable modifications to the annex building. So you're seeing the existing building, classroom wing to the right, the annex to the left. And as you can see, since last time, we've removed a projected bay and we've mimicked the rhythm and matched the size of all the windows, as well as we've adjusted the awnings for the lower entry doorways per your comments last time to be below the water table. And we have modified the look of the chimney feature on the annex building to look, well, basically match the look of the existing chimneys. So quite a bit of modification there. Worth noting as well, the buildings are slightly wider apart or farther apart. And same as some of the earlier notes, we're matching the ridge line. You know, the rooftop terraces are up on that top level. Let's see, we're showing the trash enclosure as well. And I do believe one element here that we did add is a window kind of geographically centered in the original classroom building. In the presentation prior, we had removed that window. So that window, we reconfigured the interior and brought that window back. So that's on the third level, centered in the original classroom building. So we've adjusted the interior design to bring that one back. This is a cross-section through where the annex connection occurs. And again, you can see the egress windows added above the original arched stained glass windows, as well as we're showing the enclosures for the HVAC condensing units. And in this case, we are adding 3 new egress windows and then maintaining the existing windows and repairing those. So as a general rule on the entire project, we're keeping all of the original windows with the exception of where we're adding new windows. So those are typically to the left, far left and the far right of the sanctuary building, but the rest are being repaired. And then as we look at the southern elevation of the annex building in the foreground here, we redesigned the interior and removed the projected bay, which occurred, and really took literal inspiration from the classroom building. So as you can see here, this is a very close sibling to what is occurring on the street front elevation of the classroom wing. As well as on the right-hand side, you're seeing the trash enclosure. And those are all of our elevations. I do believe we checked all the boxes per your request. So looking forward to your feedback, and thank you guys.
Thank you, Chris. Before we get to commissioner comments or questions, do we have anyone on the line?
No, there's no one to speak for or against this application.
Okay. All right. Before I'll just kick it off by saying thank you so much for formatting, again, your application the way you did. It was easy to read and easy to see what you changed and what we requested. Thank you for even making some changes that we didn't put in the official continuation. I really think that this is you've made such great improvements. So thank you. I'll start there. Commissioners, questions of the applicant. Joe Walker.
I know we're not supposed to say that we really love a project, so I won't. But I do just have one question. I was curious, do each of those stained glass windows have a pendant? Or just the one you featured?
Sure. So if we go to the street front elevation, this entryway that you see centered in the side of the sanctuary, that actually steps back enough to allow for 2 tenant entryways. And because that's an open air vestibule, we felt like that was a great way capture that pendant, and also because that's going to be illuminated at night, our hope is that that window is going to glow in a similar fashion to the rest of the unit windows.
I didn't hear that last sentence.
What was the last sentence, Chris?
Yeah, the hope is because the other two windows flanking, or I should say the 3 to the right and the 2 to the left, those are within residential units. And so we wanted to make sure that this entry vestibule would glow in the evening in a similar fashion to the tenant windows. So it was a way in which we could save a couple of those pendants and utilize those in such a way that we would honor the spirit and kind of the initial life of this structure.
Yeah, thanks. That's a great idea.
All right. Commissioner Lineberger.
I really think that this is such a wonderful project, and I am really impressed as I went through your whole application. I was really impressed with all of the responses to all our feedback. I mean, talk about checking the boxes. I was just checking the boxes. I did have, and I really appreciate the transition on the addition on that roof form, because I certainly was struggling with that before, and I love that it looks like a chimney now, and it's just much more discreet. So I appreciate the effort on there. I do, because of that same question though with that plumbing vent, I did have a question on how you outlined that on the roof, the existing sanctuary roof on the courtyard side. Yeah, that elevation. So that you were just highlighting there in that area. So you will have penetrations in the roof in those
Yes.
areas?
That is correct, yes. And so each unit would have a plumbing vent, so probably a 3 to 4 inch pipe that would come through that roof, and that would be painted to match the roof. And very discreet way of us masking those generally on the whole structure.
So essentially each window, so about 6 of them penetrating there,
Yeah, and
roughly.
exactly. And we're showing this area basically just to say these may be grouped more toward the center or more toward the flank. But this gives us what we're trying to do is that's a detail that typically is overlooked, and we just like to at this stage set that up for both the owner, the potential builder, and obviously for your group.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Commissioner Barth.
I don't have many comments. I mean, I think they've done a phenomenal job. The staff did point out a few things that I think we'd like to see more details on. I don't know if we need to review that as a commission, but perhaps the applicants want to talk to some of those details. For example, the trash enclosures, how is that constructed? What does it look like? The awnings going over each entryway to each unit. How are those constructed? What do they look like? I think we brought up last time, or may have brought up last time, in some trees possibly being removed or affected by the addition, as well as the parking area. So Chris or Davin, I don't know if you have any responses for those items.
Sure. Yeah, thanks for those. I'm going to actually let Davin take the trash enclosure. I do know that we pretty much pulled that verbatim from the guidelines as far as a vertically oriented wood type fencing. To answer your question, wood construction, vertical boards, cap piece, verticals capped. The awnings are wood framed with a metal roof. We would match the roof color with the sanctuary roof color. And the third one, Davin, help me with, I know that we've taken some steps with the trees. Will you help me remember what those are?
Yes, the trees we have, for all the trees that have been, for the one large tree that was removed from the rear of the property, there's a new tree being replaced in that alley to cover the parking for that. And working with urban forestry, they also recommended an additional 5 that are located both along West 4th Street as well as Grandin.
Okay. And so obviously it seems like you guys are utilizing the alleyway between the existing, what I think is a house, and your property for a drive and parking. Are there any plans to screen between that drive and the house to your, I guess that would be your east?
Not currently, and that where the drive is, that is an alley. That's a city-owned alley. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, Christy, I don't know if zoning would require, I guess we wouldn't get into that either. But I could just see that being a concern.
Oh, yeah, I can speak a little to alleys. They're not city-owned and they're not
Oh.
privately owned. They're kind of a shared use between all property owners that abut the alley. So we don't have a lot of purview over that. We don't get into tree removal on alleys. We don't get into, if people want to pave them or put gravel down. We cannot approve like building in an alley. We cannot approve the use of an alley for parking because it has to remain open for the people even on down the block that isn't being shown on this slide.
Okay. All right, that's all I have.
All right, Commissioner Barth. Any other questions, commissioners, before we close for deliberation? All right, let's close. They pretty much went down the list and did all the things we asked them to do. It seems like we need a few details here, but are those, well, I'll kick it over to you, Commissioner Lineberger.
Hey, Commissioner,
Yes.
before we say anything, there were a number of just like detail things in the staff memo. I just want to confirm before we get into a big discussion on them that they can come to staff.
Sweet, that's what I was
Unless,
about to
unless you
ask.
don't want them to.
No, I was about to ask that.
And
then,
we would want the construction drawings with the materials and dimensions and everything labeled.
that's very helpful. Thank you, Christy. Commissioner Lineberger? Yeah, and so it sounds like they've done the things that we asked them to do. Maybe between you and Commissioner Barth, I feel like there is a motion here. Yes, I'm feeling a motion.
Well, I guess I'd like to hear if anyone had any comments. Are the items that anyone has a concern with or details anyone has a concern with?
Sure.
Approvable by staff? So are we looking at approval with all final details confirmed and approved by staff? Is that what we're?
Why don't we ask?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Curious to hear other commissioners.
commissioners, anyone have any issues that we have not, that you feel were not addressed properly or were overlooked? Anyone? So it's, nope. So it sounds like, this sounds like an approval with conditions that the specs that were outlined in the memo be addressed by staff, that they go to staff.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you want to, maybe you and Commissioner Barth could work together on this one?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So I make a motion to approve this application as it meets the guidelines for, per
We have it here. It's both the secretary, it's all it includes all of these. The Secretary of Interior Standards, page 2.5. Windows, page 4.2 through 4.14. New construction, page 6.1. And
Can I just ask,
Please.
do new construction, the
Mhm.
entire chapter 6.1?
Right.
Yes,
Okay, so chapter 6.1.
or chapter
And then
6.
additions, chapter 7.2.
And if it's an approval with any conditions, you would just say it's an approval with conditions and then state whatever conditions you think are appropriate, or you can state the conditions outlined in the staff memo, and then you don't have to read everything. But if there's any you don't agree with or any you want to add, just be as clear as possible, please.
Okay, I'm not sure I have it here yet. Do we have any, other than conditions outlined by staff, do we have any other?
I think,
Construction diagrams, and for the applicant to submit approved construction diagrams.
Permit-ready construction plans. Thanks, PJ.
Okay. So I have, I'm sorry, I didn't have this all written out before. I make a motion to approve this application as it meets the guidelines per the Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5, new construction, 6.1,
chapter,
or I'm sorry,
Yeah.
chapter 6.
chapters, yes.
Chapter 6.
Mm-hmm.
And addition 7.2,
Chapter 7.
chapter. And per conditions as outlined by staff and providing permit-ready construction plans.
We probably want to include as a friendly amendment, Windows. Did you say Windows, Commissioner?
I did not.
Okay, Windows 4.12 through 4.14.
As part of conditions? or
No,
as part of
yeah, because that was in their continuation, their continuance.
Windows
Mhm.
4.
12 through 4.14.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Do you need me to read that again? Or am I good?
Yeah, let's do it one more time.
Okay, motion to approve this application as it meets the guidelines per the Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5, new construction chapter 6, additions chapter 7, and Windows 4.12 to 4.14, and per conditions as outlined by staff and provided permit-ready construction plans.
Sorry, one more thing. Maybe we should add to the site appurtenance, the 8.8, because they did answer the questions about the HVAC locations. Just to add that one.
8.8.
Mm-hmm. They answer trash and HVAC, so I think they both fall under that. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So one more time?
No,
Motion to-
no,
no.
you don't
Okay.
need it.
Okay.
All right, so is there a motion was made by Commissioner Lineberger? Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Henningsen. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth, Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 9.0. Motion passes with 9 votes, 9-0.
Approved with conditions. right? Yes, thank you.
Approved with conditions, yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
we have been sitting here for almost 3 hours.
I
Let
was
me
gonna
take
push us one more application, but we needed,
we need a 5-minute break.
let's take 10. Let's
Okay,
take 10.
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Chairman Parati, I need to recuse from the next application.
That Commissioner Heineman is recusing from the next.
Record, we show that Commissioner Hyman is actually leaving the meeting, and we will have her maybe rejoin us later.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect, thank you.
Okay, and we are back. Our next applicants are Daniel Fain and Jessica Hinman for 624 East Kingston. Daniel and Jessica, have you joined us and have you been sworn in?
I am here. I need to be sworn in.
Okay, is Daniel coming?
Yes, I'm here as well.
Hi, Daniel, have you been sworn in?
No, I've not.
Okay,
All right.
is anyone else with y'all? Daniel, is Amy with you?
Yes, Amy's here with me too.
Okay, then everybody please be sworn in.
Okay, if you'll all raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
I do.
Okay. This application is a continuance from the June 9th meeting for a site plan showing screening of the HVAC units, a specific protection plan for the tree, an analysis of the rear yard coverage, and a restudy of the front elevation and the fenestration of window positioning and size. And I believe all of that information has been presented. You can see on slide 271, the site plan, the front elevation restudy on slide 272, and that's it. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to the applicants. If you would all of you who are on the call and who were just sworn in, please state your name and your address for the court reporter.
Jessica Heineman, 720 East Tremont Avenue.
Daniel Fain, 624 East Kingston Avenue.
Amy Fain, 624 East Kingston Avenue.
Daniel,
Okay, so-
Amy, Jessica, floor is yours.
Okay, we've submitted these two exhibits to respond to the notes from the June 9th continuation. The first exhibit is a site plan. We've added details to this site plan to cover the questions from the commission. The first is the screening of the HVAC units, and I think you can see on the right proposed site plan that we've added landscape screening there. The second was a tree protection plan. This was actually put in, it was in narrative form in a March 3rd letter from Heartwood in our other application, but it was really pretty buried in the application. And upon further consideration, it actually just seemed like best practice to put the tree protection plan on the site plans on our drawings. There's probably a much higher chance that they happen that way. And so we've added the tree protection plan to this sidebar on the site plan. As you can see, it references the Heartwood's letter from March 3rd. It is the same tree protection plan that we have administered successfully in the past, which is a combination of high visibility fences, prevention of construction equipment or material delivery or storage on the tree roots for compaction, soil conditioners, growth regulators, and a continuous monitoring by a certified arborist. We have noted the high visibility tree protection fences on the site, and as referenced in the letter from Heartwood for this specific project, it's actually impossible to access that area anyway, so highly unlikely that we would have any issues with material deliveries or storage or equipment, because equipment could not fit back there anyway. The third item is the additional information and analysis on the rear yard calculations. And so what we've provided on the site plan here is the Sanborn maps in order to identify where the rear wall historically was in order to accurately take the site calculations. So you can see in the 1929 map exactly where the rear wall of the house is. Just a reminder that this is actually the second lot in. It presents as a corner lot because the corner lot has actually been converted to a parking lot. So it's the second lot in, and the footprint of the house on the rear wall is readily visible there. So then on the site plans, we've noted a line where the rear wall yard calculations are taken. And then in the sidebar here, we have done the rear yard coverage calculations, permeability calculations, and then the zoning lot calculations. The intention is for these two parking spots to be on a permeable pea gravel pad. And so there's really no permeability issues there. And we are at a 19% rear yard coverage per the HDC standards. And on the next slide, which is slide 272, we have provided 4 options for the octagonal window at the front of the house. Based on the HDC's discussion on June 9th, our preferred option is number 4, which is to install a custom window that is made with clear glass that is an exact match to the historic divided light proportions of the existing historic windows to remain, that is spaced to match the door and window in the other bay of the porch, and that has, I think, a more comfortable relationship with the porch column, porch bay, and the internal beam on the porch. We've also presented leaving the octagonal window as is, removing the octagonal window and infilling with siding. The house was historically originally a single family home. It was not historically the triplex that it more recently was. And the option of reusing a salvaged window from the project as number 3, but number 4 is preferred for us because we think it sits most comfortably with the proportion and rhythm of the historic windows and the historic porch bays. That's everything for us.
Thank you, Jessica. All right, anyone on the line, Christy, to speak for or against?
We have no callers to speak for or against this application.
Okay, well then I'm going to kick this one over to Commissioner Henningsen.
Perfect. So, Jessica, team, great job. I mean, you've answered everything that we've asked for. My comments, if we can go back to the slide with the options or zoom out, we see it. There we go. Perfect. Jess, you said you preferred option 4.
That's correct.
Okay, and again, commissioners, remember, option 1 is the non-original octagonal window. That's the current state or existing condition. So, I mean, from my perspective, I like option 3 or option 4. Right? We can give the applicants a choice. But again, they've answered everything we've asked for. Jessica, I have no questions.
Thank you.
Anyone have anything that they want to add or? No? Okay. Yes, Commissioner Walker.
This isn't a question or anything, but it's just a comment on trying to find the slide that shows the original back rear view of the house. Yeah, I would just like to comment that I find that astounding, the difference between the rear house original and the current rear house. Oh no, it's A2.2.
Is it this slide that's on the screen, 271?
No.
Okay.
It's just the slide that's
Is it from the June presentation, maybe?
oh gosh. No. No, it's towards the end. It's like the 8th to last slide. The next one, maybe. Yeah. That's just simply astounding to me. And I mean that in a good way. The difference between the original rear of this house and the current rear of the house. Just a comment, that's all.
Like that.
Commissioner Walker, I'd love to thank you. This particular view, if you're not familiar with if other commissioners are not familiar with this location in Dilworth, is really highly visible and has a presentation towards East Boulevard. And so I appreciate that comment. Thank you very much.
I just want to add one thing. This is part of the old proposal. A2.3, that, gosh, it's,
Which side? Left, right, front, back?
I'm looking. It says west elevation.
I don't know what that would be.
It's on my sheet, it says A2.3. It's part of the old one. It's right before the Heartwood tree protection plan that Jessica referred to. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So there is a a salvaged window that matches option 3 on the front of the house. And so just as far as consistency goes, that is my preference of window.
Just for clarity,
Yes.
we are on slide 293 and I am circling a window.
Yeah,
Is the window that I'm circling the window you are referencing?
I am. Yes,
Okay,
it
and
is.
You're
Sorry.
referencing
Yeah.
this, and I'm gonna go back for everybody to the options. And you're referencing this as being like
Right. And there are
option
other,
3.
that option 3, it's not just that one window. There are other windows there that are just like that on the south elevation. So, yeah, you just passed it. The triple there. Yeah. So, if I think for consistency, that would be my preference, number 3.
Slide 292, the triple window, slide 293. And then slide 272. And I'm circling option 3.
Mm-hmm.
And Jessica, just to confirm, your option 3 uses that salvaged window from the side elevation.
So, Christy, can you go back to the existing side elevation on the interior lot line that we were just referencing? This is correct, slide 293. There are 4 historic windows that we are able to salvage on this home. In the upper image with the hatch, you'll see that there's the 2 small windows here, and then on the box on the back of the existing home, there are 2 larger fixed windows in a 6-light configuration. We are actually already salvaging and reusing the 2 smaller ones, but the light configuration of the 2 smaller ones presents with a more square configuration slightly, and the light presentation of the 2 larger ones presents with a slightly taller proportion. Neither really presents with the tall proportion of the front porch windows, though. And so in the spirit of these kind of tight little high windows on the front box cars, our hope was to provide a window that presented with that kind of taller light configuration to coordinate with the front windows. That being said, I think that we have some fluidity on this issue, and we're very happy to work with the HTC on it.
So it's just a preference. I think that it looks more consistent, but that is, maybe I'm in the minority on that one.
If I could just speak out, I sort of agree with the applicant's treatment of the window proportions. I mean, they're pretty consistent across that front elevation to have more of a square proportion there, I think might be kind of awkward. I mean, I do like, repurposing windows and that sort of thing, but I think that, it would look. I mean, I'm fine with either, but I see what you're trying to do.
Yeah, I'll defer to the architect on that one then. Okay. Did you want to make a motion, PJ? Oh, sorry, we haven't closed. Any other questions or comments for the applicant before we close? All right, let's close.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if I were to when I make a motion, I'll make a motion to approve, but I just want to make sure that we all agree on the option. I mean, I'm fine, either 3 or 4. My only comment with 3 though is, if we can go back to that, okay, with 3, you see how the trim on the left side of the window is again, this is a 2D picture,
Mm-hmm.
agree, but the column obscures some of the trim.
Sure.
That's why I just, with the window being moved over a little bit more,
Mm-hmm.
while not centered, it kind of aligns with the windows above it. I mean, there's no perfect symmetrical solution here, right?
Mhm. Well, it's the architect's preference. Our architect who on the commission also said that it works better, so I have,
So it's 4?
it's 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I would like to make a motion to approve this application because it meets guidelines for additions 7.2 and new construction, all of chapter 6. And the commission requests that the applicant use option 4 for the window configuration on the front elevation.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Jill, you got to be faster. Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Murn,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes, motion passes 8-0. Thank you. If we could just take a 3-minute break, I would appreciate it. Could we make it 5? Sure. Thank you. 5 minutes. Reconvene at 3:30. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. We are now going to start on our new cases for today. And before that happens, I'd like to announce that Commissioner Hinman has rejoined the meeting. And I want to check and also see and make sure that our next couple of cases are all sworn in. So Josh, Allison, and Brian and Bradley, if y'all are with us too, have y'all been sworn in and are you here?
I have not.
Have not, but we're here.
Okay, great. We're gonna swear the three of you in so we can keep rolling.
So if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question, please. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right,
I
thank
do.
you.
Okay, great. Our next application is for an addition to 628 South Summit Avenue. The rear addition extends extends back and towards the right property line. The house is wrapped in vinyl and aluminum siding. They are proposing to remove the siding and hopefully what's existing is in good shape and repair it and then match whatever is existing to the siding on the new addition. So whatever they find, they're going to match, and staff does that from time to time when we have these situations. So materials are slightly unknown. Windows and doors are also proposed as wood to match existing. So with this, Josh, I'm going to turn it over to you. If you would please state your name and your address for the commission, and then you can let me know where you want to start your presentation.
Okay, Josh Allison, 2031 Euclid Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina. One clarification to what you just said, Christy, it's a minor point, but the house is actually wrapped in asbestos, not aluminum and vinyl.
Okay.
So that's, if it was aluminum and vinyl, we probably would have pulled a piece off to see what we're trying to match, but that's the reason we haven't done that. So the project it's a 942 square foot house and 2-bedroom, 1-bath, small kitchen. We're expanding it, the goal is to add a modest master suite and a more appropriately sized kitchen and a rear porch and bring the utility room up from the basement. So, and we're trying really hard to leave the front original section of the house as intact as possible. So if you flip over to the site plan, which is the next sheet, it kind of shows the existing condition of the front of the house. And then the new kitchen, which based on the width of the house and kind of the needed dimensions and creating some access to the backyard, we just needed a little more width. So we're pushing out 5 feet. That's the reason for the 5-foot projection. And we felt like it would be a good spot to provide a view to the street from the kitchen. So that kind of is the driver behind the orientation, and then locating kind of a friendship or everyday entry that brings you into the back of the house with a small porch that's meant to sort of mimic the detailing of the front porch. I guess if you want to flip to the exterior, to the elevations. Again, we don't know exactly what the siding condition is. If I was to guess, it's probably some sort of lap siding. So the elevations propose matching whatever we find. It's kind of a guess, but based on the fact that they painted the front porch gable a different color, we're suspecting maybe there's an accent material, possibly shingle or a different siding pattern there. So again, once we remove the asbestos, we'll verify what's there. And then if our assumption's correct that that's an accent material, we would carry that into some of the back gables just to try to be consistent with the original architecture. The HVAC units, I know that's always a topic of discussion. There's an existing gas pack unit on the side of the building or on the side of the house where it's shown now. The technical drawing doesn't show screening, but we are indicating on the site plan that will provide landscape screening, you know, at a minimum that's the same height as the unit. It's not clear at this point. That unit's pretty new, and our hope is that it'll handle the addition, although there's a possibility we may need an additional unit, which would be positioned to be the smaller unit right behind that, that would, you know, also be screened with landscaping. That's indicated on the site plan. All the detailing, rafter tails, overhangs, trim, there's a detail sheet at the end. We'll be matching existing on all those items. So I think it's pretty straightforward. I would like to, there's a couple staff comments that I thought I'd take a minute to respond to, and we submitted these in response to those. We did adjust the trim board on the side porch. The comment, which I thought was legitimate, was that it was what we showed originally. The trim board on the side porch was a little bit taller than the front porch, so those now match. The trim board that delineates the accent siding, the staff comment was that appeared too high. The relationship of that is based on the outriggers that support the gable. It seemed like a logical spot for it, so I left it alone. That said, I don't have a ton of energy about that. If you felt like it needs to come down, you know, that would be fine. The same goes for the trim board on the rear elevation. It's based on the plate height, which seemed like a logical spot for it, and it lines up with the bottom of the outriggers. So, but again, if you know, the commission feels like that's misproportioned, I'm open to that criticism. The brick pier on the back was reduced, so it's now the same dimension as the brick pier on the front. We added the corner board on the side, on the left side elevation, to delineate where the new addition starts versus the original back of the house. And we added, if you flip back to the site plan, we did add dimensions to the driveway as requested. We did not, one of the staff comments was that the driveway should extend all the way to the back of the house. While we're not totally opposed to that, it felt like a little bit like that was unneeded impermeable area. You know, the car is basically going to be parked behind the back of the existing house. So at least as farther back than a car would be parked in the current condition. So we're hoping that that's okay to just stop the driveway as it's shown. But again, you know, if that's something that's really important to the commission, that's fine. So that's kind of that's my summary of it. I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Okay, thank you, Josh. Do we have anyone on the line looking to speak for or against this application?
We have someone signed up. I'm not sure if Ross, are you with us? Did you want to speak about the application, or are you just listening in?
Christy, this is Candace. We lost Mr. Ross.
Okay, well, then no.
All right.
No one else.
Okay, so Commissioner Heineman, what are your thoughts after studying this application?
You know, to be honest, I think that the addendum addressed pretty much all of my thoughts. Actually, I had studied it over the weekend, and the addendum really addressed most of it. I have two questions for the applicant. The first is, and I will stay on this slide, this is additional case information A2.1. Is this side entry, and I have another comment about that because I like it. Thank you very much for that. I'm wondering if you actually might consider making it just a little bit wider to the left so that the face of the gable has a little bit more mass and presence, and that might resolve staff's comments about the area of the shingle component. Is that an option for you guys to make it a little wider towards the left side?
Just the porch element you're referring to?
Yeah, just the porch element.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, it's basically a stoop at this point, so if you want to suggest a dimension, that's fine.
Thank you. I think that would be really helpful. What is the current dimension of it?
Give me. From the riser to the edge of the knee wall is 6 feet.
Okay, yeah, I mean, personally, it just feels like it wants to be just a little bit more gable for the massing of the house and the rhythm of the house. And so we're not allowed to prescribe the size of that. So I would say, I mean, it seems like
How about if we increase it 2 feet?
I think that's probably great. Yeah. For me, I'll let the other commissioners pitch in. Would you consider moving the HVAC units to the other side of the house in the back?
That would involve a lot of rework of the duct, and it would involve placing the HVAC unit right under the master bedroom windows. We've got a deed restriction on the opposite side that doesn't define what can go in it or not. And my approach with deed restrictions is to keep everything out of it. Because the HVAC, I believe, could be interpreted as a part of the house.
Okay.
So our strong preference would be to leave that where it is.
And staff had a note about the massing on the rear porch column. I don't think I have a strong opinion about the being prescriptive about the design about it. I wondered if you had any thoughts about either providing a masonry column like the front porch or just bringing the wood column all the way down to the knee wall level.
I may have misunderstood staff's comments. I thought the brick base was previously wider and then the front porch columns. So we made that narrower in an effort. It was 2 feet wide, now it's 20 inches. I personally think it should, because it's wider than the knee wall, I think it should read as projecting above it as well. So it's its own element carrying that column.
Thank you. Actually, I think I misunderstood staff's comments. The answer you provided is really helpful to me. Appreciate that. And then from my perspective, I'm fine with the driveway as you've shown it. I think the intention of the standard for driveways is to keep cars out of the front yard. And when we've been sort of up against challenging sites, we've always requested that the driveway go past the historic rear corner of the house and that there be ample space for 2 cars to park beyond the thermal wall of the house. You've certainly provided that here, and by providing the mudroom and the side porch entrance, there's every reason for the homeowners to actually park at the back of it, so it's activated well. So thank you for that. That's everything that I have.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jessica. I have one thing. Which elevation is it? One of our guidelines is that, let's see here, is that there should be some kind of delineation between the old house and the new, and you've taken care of that with the trim on one side, but on the other side, the new bleeds right into the old. And I'm looking at slide A 2.1 right now. And so
Would you like to help me make sure I have the floor plan shown, because it shows the existing rear corner on 309. And are you looking at an elevation?
I'm looking at the side, that one there.
Okay.
So there is no line of demarcation showing the difference between the old house, where the old house ends and the new house starts. And so that's a bit of a challenge for me. It's more of a statement. If you want to address it, that's something that I'll bring up in deliberation.
I'm sorry, Kim, isn't that the other side of the house? Aren't you talking about the 60-foot run that's on the other side elevation?
No, I'm not, because they addressed that. I'm talking about, they addressed that side with the trim board, which is in our supplemental information. I'm talking about the one that we were just looking at. There's a window there. If
I got you. Okay.
Yeah, this one.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, That, because the new section is actually projecting out from that side elevation, I feel like it would be a little misleading to put an applied piece of trim on the new wall that's projecting out 5 feet beyond the existing. My hope was that that the offset in itself would sort of delineate old versus new.
I'm a little confused. I'm sorry. And I'm not suggesting a solution, but it looks like this space that Christy is pointing out now, you're saying that it looks like it's a continuation of the wall. It doesn't look like there's any kind of line of demarcation showing the difference. It doesn't, please explain it to me.
Sure. The wall where that dashed line is is 5 feet proud of the original wall.
Okay,
So-
I didn't understand that, so thank you. That's helpful, thank you.
Okay.
And just to clarify, that's where this window is shown on the front elevation is where, so this is there's a window here. And
I
then
don't
there's a
see the
window on the
cursor.
front and
That's it?
it curves around. Is that what you're saying, Josh?
Well, where the window that faces the street is in the new addition, that's actually the addition sort of wraps that back corner of the existing house. If you look at the maybe if you go back to the floor plan.
Okay, then that's absolutely, thank you. That's very helpful.
Okay.
Sorry, PJ.
Oh, okay. thank
Commissioner
you.
Walker.
Yeah, quick question. Just want to confirm on the third slide down, the drawing of the house with the person standing on the front porch.
Elevation would you like, Commissioner Walker?
Okay, it's, I don't know, elevation, it's like page
Does it say 2.2?
page 4. It doesn't,
At the bottom corner, maybe?
nope,
Okay.
no, it doesn't. It's right after the,
The map,
yeah,
are you looking at this one?
that one.
Okay.
Yeah, so on that one, it looks like what you've drawn is a sidewalk, driveway that's really wide and then narrows up. But then, of course, further down in the slide, A10, you show a 7-foot wide sidewalk.
I think what you're seeing is the shared driveway. The neighbor's driveway is continuous with our driveway. There's no landscape break or anything there.
The
That's an
neighbors.
existing condition.
Oh, okay. I wonder, that your house sits on a rised piece of property. Would you consider doing some kind of like a carriage strips instead of a solid concrete driveway? I'm just looking at it thinking it might be just a lot of hardscape facing the street, and the traditional carriage strips might work better, but that's just my thought.
My experience with carriage strips is they don't work the greatest when you have a turn or even a slight S curve in the driveway like we have, because it's a shared driveway. You have to come in and then sort of maneuver over towards the house. If you can go to the site plan. And you can see you're sort of coming in, driving on the neighbor's property, honestly, and then you sort of have to kind of move over. And I think our preference would be to keep that as just solid concrete for maneuvering purposes. It's also a solid driveway now.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes. Question, can we go to the slide that has the front elevation? That would be slide A2, Alpha 2. Yep, right here. It may just be the drawing, but is the ridge line on the addition higher than the original ridge line on the original house?
No, they're the same.
They are the same. Okay.
Yes.
So commissioners, we typically required to come down 4 inches, X inches, something like that to accommodate a ridge vent. Okay. All right. So one of our asks will be bring that ridge line down X inches just to accommodate a ridge vent, just so that the ridge vent doesn't sit proud of the original roof line. Other questions. Are you able to match brick and mortar?
We will do our best.
Sure. I absolutely appreciate that. It'll never be an exact match. Okay. On the front of the house, your porch, you've got cast stone as the capping on your walls to your porch. Would you consider doing any type of cast stone accents, either caps on top of the brick, on the wall, just to match some of the detail on the front?
Those are actually cast concrete, and I say cast concrete, they're not the concrete that looks like limestone. They're not the greatest workmanship, I guess you might say.
Okay.
So I'm a little hesitant to mimic that.
Okay. Okay. And no other questions. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Henningsen. Commissioner Barth.
Christy, here I am. Christy, can you go to the left elevation, please? And overall, I think this is a really a cohesive design with the original. So I'd like to commend you on that. I want to point out the 2 windows on either side of the master bed on the left elevation towards the rear of the house. And I'm not as concerned about it due to the fact that these are towards the back of the house, but the rhythm of windows across this elevation compositionally, having them pushed so far to the extreme is just something that we don't typically see on with regard to window rhythm on these type of houses. I wonder if you might consider moving this closer towards maybe like behind the nightstands or something like that, just to make that condition more comfortable for us.
Yeah, so those yeah, based on the sill height of those windows, it's not the sill height is lower than a conventional nightstand. So that's not ideal from a furnishing standpoint, but if it's something you feel really strongly about, would consider, I mean, we would accept that as, if you wanted to approve it as noted.
Yeah, I mean, similarly on the right elevation where you have the corner window, I think it's in the kitchen or something like that. That condition where the windows are close to the edge, to me makes sense. But for a window that's sort of mid wall, I think it would make me feel better to have that a little bit more interior to that wall overall. Maybe the sill height can be brought up. I mean, I guess we could discuss this in deliberation. I think that would be my preference. If any other commissioners sort of care or agree, we could see, but just asking the question.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Barth. Any other questions or comments before we close?
I do have one other comment or request for consideration, going back to the ridge vent comment. So that gable where the side porch is, the primary gable, from a geometry standpoint, the width of that whole area matches the width of the house, which means if you keep the overhang dimensions and all the detailing the same, geometry aligns the two ridges. And if there's a ridge cap going to be installed on the original house, as well as the side gable, I'm just wondering if it would be okay for those to be at the same elevation, because otherwise we're going to need to adjust the geometry somehow.
I guess we'll discuss that in deliberation, Josh. And I apologize about my comment earlier about your elevation and the mark of the line of demarcation. I see the bump out now. I completely overlooked it. So why don't we close for deliberation? Why don't we start with Josh's question? He's concerned about the ridge vent. You want to?
If I may, the
Please.
concern is usually the interaction of the two and the fact that one is higher. If they're all going to be the same, you could always say they shouldn't connect.
Okay.
And then that doesn't create that kind of bump condition.
Okay.
But I would ask Commissioner Hinman about that.
Yeah.
Or Commissioner Barth, because they know
The
construction
geometry.
wise,
Yeah.
the geometry and how all that would work.
Okay,
Can I make one other comment?
please.
To Commissioner Barth's comment about the windows, I think what might be throwing you off is that they appear taller and skinnier than some of the other windows. So maybe it's just the fact that maybe they're just widened because these are 3/1 and these are 4/1. Something that just jumped into my head right now. And I
Sure.
missed it in my staff comments
Yeah.
because I just now noticed.
Well, Commissioner Barth?
To me, it was the separation of the windows as well as the far left window's proximity to the corner of the house. Just doesn't match on these old houses. Just doesn't match the window rhythm that we typically see. But I mean, like I said, it's toward the back of the house, so I could probably get over it.
I'm with you, Commissioner Barth, so you're not alone. Do you want to speak to the ridge vent situation?
I mean, if the whole roof is getting replaced, I don't see it as much as a problem. It sounds like that's what they're doing. With that being said, it looks like, so the volume that consists of the addition is contained within that gable, as we're looking on this elevation here, within that gable, as well as there's a part that sticks out to the right of the covered entry, which is being handled by the shed. So in theory, at least from where I'm standing, the slope of that gable could be moved in either direction and just kind of affect that porch. If that makes sense.
It does not to me, but Commissioner Heineman?
I know I'm usually like such a stickler for that 6-inch drop, but honestly, in these houses with these really simple, like clean geometries that are matching the existing historic geometries, when the whole roof is being replaced again, I would have said exactly the same thing that Commissioner Barth said. I think it's fine to match it here as long as the two ridge vents don't meet each other. It's different than the collision of a shed dormer where the pitches of the roof change and the plane of the ridge vent and all of that, right? So I'm fine with it staying where it is. I mean, we do create a little bit of a domino effect once we start adjusting pitches and our with our open eaves lining up, and it may be opening a pretty giant can of worms in construction. And I think this is really, as presented, it's really very clean. I spent a lot of time at this site today. I think I really freaked out the neighbors, and I think it's really clean. It's a really nice, unpretentious set to the back addition. These Wesley Heights lots are so like gracious and wide, and I think this is a really lovely way to save an old house. So I think actually in this particular configuration, it works just fine for the geometry to be a perfect match. I tend to agree about those back windows. They're spread much wider than the rhythm that we typically see on these homes, and I'd prefer for them to be tighter. But again, it's the back corner of the house, and I could get over it too.
What about the 4/1 versus 3/1?
Oh, that doesn't bother me. I think that working with the proportions and the spirit of the style of the windows is more important. So we change the number of lights in order to in order to work with the proportions quite frequently.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Murin.
Yeah, in the past, I think when we see houses like this, we've always kind of looked for a setback and not just the band board delineating the new from the old. So that's something that I would like to see, a setback of at least a foot, just because this is, from what I can tell, plus or minus 60 feet on this elevation we're seeing on 312. And despite the best intentions from Josh and his team to draw this up, the actual construction of getting a new foundation to settle or try to keep pace with something that's been in the ground for over 90 years is going to be interesting. I think the material, obviously won't show cracks like brick would if this was a complete masonry house, but I just think there's some problems that can be mitigated by that step back, along with just delineating a further step from the old from the new.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Murin. Commissioner Walker.
Yeah, I guess I could have held this off for deliberation, but I thought I'd let the applicant comment. My question is, I've been looking at that left side for quite a while, and there are 5 different window shapes on that one side. And for some reason, that when we speak about geometry, that's a geometry that confuses me. I don't know how that would play out, in the real world. It seems like a lot of different window shapes to have on one side of a house.
Thank you, Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Barth?
Oops, forgot to put my hand down, but I will comment to that. I sort of agree with Jill's comment again to the window rhythm and across the house how it's organized isn't typically something that we see, but again it's their modern interpretation and their artistic expression, and it's on the new part of the house. The light configuration is different, so I'm trying to look around and see if we have any other 4-light or horizontally divided light windows on the house, and I don't think we do. So I probably would be more comfortable if I know we have a bathroom there. If there were like a pair of double hungs in the vanity space or something like that, but again, I don't think it's such a big deal that I would change it.
All right. Other commissioners? Any other comments? All right. Did we close for deliberation? Yes, we did. Okay, so then it sounds like it's motion time. The things that have come up. Commissioner Murin brought up that he would like to see a setback from the original house, where the original house and the new house meet on the right elevation. We've talked to, is it a left elevation? Thank you. We talked about the rhythm of the windows on the left elevation. I feel pretty strongly about it, the windows. So yes, PJ.
I do have a comment about stepping on the left elevation, stepping the house in. I mean, we solved this problem a handful of ways. I know, just thinking of 2 applications I know in Wilmore. One was a simple trim band, right? We didn't ask them to step it in. That was maybe 2 years ago. Recently, within the last 6 months, the applicant brought the ridgeline down, but had a trim band. So we've got, and then I know about other options where we've actually brought the wall in. So requiring the applicant to bring that wall in, we could. But we've got other examples where we haven't required that and the trim band was sufficient. So And again, I'm not hung up on moving that wall in unless there's some other compelling reason to.
Are you hung up on the windows?
I think having a more common, I agree with Commissioner Walker on that left elevation, having a little more standardization in terms of window size, I think is more in keeping with historic fenestration. So
Okay.
yes.
So the windows is a sticking point here. Is the step in a sticking point for anyone else? Okay. The windows, it's a sticking point for me. It's a sticking point for Walker, Henningsen, anyone else? Lineberger?
I just want to throw something in here. You know, on these bungalows, I mean, typically the window size, I don't think it's a size issue. I think it's a style and a rhythm issue. Typically the size, I mean, like on my house, I live in a bungalow. They vary across the length of the house just because they respond to the program requirements on the inside. Like your bathroom windows are typically smaller because you have more privacy. Your bedroom windows are larger to allow for more daylighting. So to me, it's more about a style and a rhythm thing than it is about a size consistency, if that helps.
Okay. Okay, that's very helpful. So it sounds like a number of us feel like the windows should be revisited. But it seems like everything else is,
What about the band? The band on the side gable. Can we go to a right elevation slide? Again,
I'm gonna go to the additional case information he gave us. So slide 316 shows the right elevation, and then slide 317 is the left, and then slide 316 shows or 318 shows the zoom in. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's perfect. So on this slide, 2.1, the picture in the lower right-hand corner, in that side gable, that Craftsman band, right, with the with the shake above and the siding below, I still feel that is too high. It's disproportionately high.
yeah. And Jessica, will you will you rephrase what you said earlier about moving, about moving the porch gable over, side porch gable over? And maybe that fixes it.
Well, I think the applicant expressed a willingness to increase the width of the side porch just a little bit. I think it'll have a little bit more presence, and the massing of it will proportion to the house a little bit better if that's taken care of. And then, as it increases, the ridge will ride a little bit to the left, and it'll intersect closer to that outrigger. Personally, my take on these areas of shingle and these bands are, this is a solution that we see sometimes on old bungalow houses, and I think it's lovely, and I like that it's offset a little bit. It gives it a little bit of character, and these neighborhoods, the carpenters were always putting their signatures on homes, to give them character. But the reality of this is we don't know what we're going to discover when the asbestos shingles are taken off of this house, and the applicant has expressed their intention to restore whatever is under those asbestos shingles. And so we don't know if that's going to change anyway until we see what's there. So they can certainly work with staff to restore what's there, and staff will recommend that they come back to us if necessary. I think that this solution, there is precedent for it, but the reality is we're speculating a little bit when we don't know what's under those asbestos shingles, and they can't really do, exploratory site stuff with asbestos shingles until they're ready to go.
On the right elevation, that's all new construction.
Oh, that's a very good point. You are correct. That is all new construction on the right elevation. PJ, I think you're right about that. We could certainly ask them to spread the outriggers a little bit wider and drop that band a little bit lower.
And I will say in Wesley Heights, because I noticed this when I was researching another application from last meeting, the meeting before, there are a lot of houses with asbestos siding or newish siding, and there is no Craftsman band at all. So again,
That's the-
contextually, it may not be a problem.
Yeah, that's the case with my house. We have that and there's no band. So, it sounds like we're close-ish to a motion. Commissioner Heineman, do you want to try your hand at it?
I think I take less issue with some of the things than some of the other commissioners. You might want someone who had stronger opinions, although I'm happy to take a stab at it.
What about, so duly noted, what about Commissioner Henningsen?
Yeah, so if I were to make a motion, my motion would be to continue with the restudy of the windows on the left, on the left elevation, update the drawings to show a widened front porch. I'm on the fence about the whole band thing. That's not really, after this conversation, not a big hangup for me. So I guess my first comment, is there any other commissioners that feel strongly about the band on the gable on the right elevation?
This is Commissioner Heineman. Can I just submit that if I were to make a motion, I would approve this with conditions for staff to approve?
That doesn't speak to the windows. But this is your motion, PJ. So.
It's my motion.
Yeah.
Christy, are you, with enough guidance, are you comfortable approving window rhythm, fenestration changes, stuff like that?
With very specific guidance. So you'll see here on slide 316, actually, let's go to 317. Here's the portion of the project in question. I would just need to know, this is obviously within inches of the rear corner. Do you want it moved in 2 feet? I need a little more specifics. And maybe Commissioner Barth could help you articulate what his thoughts are.
Commissioner Barth, I would love some, we did a lot of motions last time. I'll take this one down if you want to help me with some of the specifics and.
Yeah, I have confidence in the staff reviewing that. I think, a foot in each direction, and, the applicant did express concerns with furnishings and that sort of thing. I think these windows could absolutely be, the windowsills could be brought up to be shorter windows. We have windows on this elevation, I think, in living spaces that are shorter. So if both of those windows came in a foot, I would feel good about that, as well as the triple windows in the bathrooms. I think those need to be more in keeping with the window style that we see on the house, and possibly paired.
I think, nobody wants to have another application seen next month or the month after. However, maybe it's in the applicant's best interest for him to go in and do a restudy and come up with something that works.
Josh wants to say something, so why don't we reopen and let Josh have his say? Josh?
Yeah, thank you. I've just been sitting here studying the floor plan and listening to the comments, which I appreciate and I think are good constructive criticism. In the interest of this client who's really anxious to get started, I'd love to be able to resolve this today to work through with Christy. It doesn't seem like that much different if this was a rear addition totally contained within the front elevation that was eligible for staff approval. And my suggested solution would be to move the two double hung windows in 16 inches each, bring the windowsill up probably one size, so either 4 or 6 inches. And then I'd like to leave the smaller bathroom windows. I appreciate the comment, I forget who made it, that, in these Craftsman houses, the window size typically responded to the program. We are looking for more privacy in those locations, but we could switch those to, vertical light windows. And I feel like that, I'm hopeful that would sort of resolve the concerns that I'm hearing.
Josh, thank you. Question for you. The two windows that you want to move in 16 inches, would you mimic the size of the window as directly underneath the chimney or the window directly to the right of the window beside the chimney?
I'd mimic the sill height of the window under the chimney. Ideally, would like to leave that's a little bit narrower window. Would like to leave that narrower if we want the full 16 inches, because if I start to make the window wider, I'm going to lose the bed wall.
Okay. And honestly, I think if you were to align the sill height, I think that would give more consistency in the rhythm and the fenestration on that elevation.
Agreed.
Thank you.
So, you know,
Wait.
go ahead.
We need to reclose.
Yeah, as long as there are no further questions for Josh.
I have a question for Josh.
Oh, okay,
Okay.
sorry.
Sorry. Josh, would you be open to looking at those three windows in the bathroom being like a top sash only, 4-light or 3-light wide?
Yeah, that's what I was actually, when I said vertical lights, that's what I was.
Yeah.
I don't love the look of that, quite frankly, on a personal level, but I know that that's what often gets requested. So, and in this case, I think the owner would be fine with that.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so let's close. PJ?
All right. I think I've got it. All right. I would like to make a motion to approve this application because it meets our standards for additions, 7.2. With the following considerations. One, update the diagram to reflect the widening of the side porch on the right elevation. Two, make the following changes to the windows on the left elevation. One, towards the rear of the house, move the 2 master bedroom windows in 16 inches. Align the sill height of those 2 windows with the window that's underneath the chimney. And 3, the 3 bathroom windows in between the original house and the master bedroom, change the light configuration to either be 3 or 4 vertical lights.
All right, you heard the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion of the motion?
I would like just some clarification. You are moving not them both 16 inches closer, not just 16 inches total between the two. Each window is moving 16 inches closer to each other.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
No.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 8-1. Thank you. Thanks, Josh. All right.
Great. Thank you, everybody. Josh, as usual, make your changes, submit me permit-ready construction plans, and we'll work on your COA for you. The next application is deferred. We did not receive the fee waiver or checklist, and I have threatened to do this to people, but this is the first time we've had to have it happen. I'm sorry that it happened, but we just don't have the required information for this to legally be heard that we require of everybody else. So we are not hearing 611 West Park Avenue. We are now moving directly to 816 Walnut Avenue, which is a request for demolition. We did just swear in both of the applicants, Brian and Bradley. And Brian and Bradley, are you still with us?
I am, yes.
Yep, we're here.
Perfect. what I'm gonna do is just go through your application. If you want to add anything, you can. It's probably not necessary on demolitions because according to my review, the application is complete. It includes digital photos of all four sides of the building that you have on slide 333, 334. There aren't really any architectural features. We have some context in adjacent structures. We have the site plan and the site survey that details the dimensions of the existing building as we require. We have elevation drawings, front and rear are shown on slide 337. Left and right are shown on slide 338. We have the Zotwall Streetscape Survey. The building in question is right here. It's the tiny little one in the center of the block. And then the applicants provided context adjacent structure photos of what's around them. So with that, I'm gonna turn it over to Kim and
Sure.
see if you have any questions. There's no one signed up to
Okay.
speak for or against. I don't know that we need a presentation from the applicants. We certainly can ask them if they wish to add anything, but I'll leave that up to you.
Sure. So this is pretty cut and dry. We have our motion worksheet for demolitions. I do want to be able to give Brian and Bradley a chance to speak if there's additional information we need to be mindful of that's not included in your presentation.
I'll just add briefly that we have our client has owned this property since early 2019. He is very eager to move this project forward, and I think our plans are to, with the demolition of the existing building, build a new building that is much influenced by the existing historic fabric of this neighborhood and really build a gem for the neighborhood and hopefully improve upon this lot.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's go to our motion worksheet. Who wants to
close for
Sorry,
deliberations? Yeah.
we need to close for deliberation. We are closed for deliberation. So who's going to take a stab at it? Let's do step one. Let's go through our checklist. Who wants to take that? Commissioner Hayden? Thank you.
Let's see.
Number one, yeah.
Moved.
I'm sorry, Jim, will you? I apologize. Go on.
Well, I move to determine the application is complete with all required documentation provided by the applicant.
Mhm. And that, should we talk about what it includes or no? So we have the clear digital photos, check.
Okay.
We have the information on the architectural details
Right, we have
in the
stamp survey.
pictures. Yep,
And we have
and the
the site.
Zatwell survey.
Yes.
So, why don't you move to, I'm sorry, will you restate your motion?
I move to determine, I move that the application is complete with all required documentation provided by the applicant.
All right, so that's the motion. Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Walker. Yes. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote on it. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 9-0. All right, next step.
In my mind, I would move to determine that the building does not have special significance or value toward the maintaining of the character of the, which district is this?
It is,
Wesley Heights?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
local district, and it does not meet requirement for HDC's criteria for special significance.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded. I do have a discussion of the motion, just clarification for me. It is 50 years or older. So this special significance says it must meet one or more. That is one.
You would need to provide additional justification for why you would be waiving one of your requirements for special significance.
Okay.
Well, so how our motions go is if the property is considered to have special significance to a district, to our local districts, we're not the Tahoe National Register, because it is listed as a contributing property in the National Register of Historic Places. Its year of construction, usually buildings 50 years old or older are considered to have a level of significance to local districts. The year of construction being typically 50 years old is because there might be some newer buildings that might be architect designed. Architectural style could be one, associative history could be another, or designation as a local landmark. So how your guidelines read is that if a building meets one or more of these, it does have special significance. So if you are voting that it does not, we need to know why.
Well, that's just my thought.
Okay, so why?
I don't think it's
Okay.
an attractive building. I mean, it's,
Wow, well, it is 50 years or older, so I
I
would.
know it meets the criteria, so
Yeah.
I'll withdraw the motion and make a new one.
Okay,
All right. Move to determine that the building has special significance due to its age, for maintaining the character of the Wesley Heights Local Historic District.
okay. Do we have a second for that one? Commissioner Lineberger?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion of the motion? Okay. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 9-0. Third part of the motion, third motion. You're a champ. Come on, you got it.
Well,
That we,
because of the motion we just made, does it not
Yes.
merit the 365 day?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, please, please.
Yeah.
I feel like, this might be an opportune time to discuss whether in fact or why this particular building does or does not have any kind of architectural integrity or historical significance or whatever, merely by the fact that it's 50 years old. I don't know if that should be the.
We
Determine.
cannot make policy changes mid-meeting.
Yeah.
So if this is something you want to revisit in the future, we can.
Okay.
What you can always do and what you've always hung your hat on is this is saying that just because it's 365 days doesn't mean they can't come back within that 3-month period with new construction drawings. What we have done in the past is we've waived that 3-month requirement for buildings that may not have the level of significance as other buildings. So that's sort of the mid ground that you've determined in the past. We haven't had one like this in a while. So that would be an option, is to approve, kind of do a hybrid, which is what you've done in the past, approve with 365-day delay, but waive the 3-month waiting period, which means the applicants can submit right away and get in the queue for new construction. Given the current circumstances, it's already a 3-month wait, but in the event that we would have cases withdraw or defer, they could get in sooner with that kind of motion from the commission.
I just think it complicates things. It's 71 years old. It's pretty old. I mean, that's
Sure.
40% older than, and anyhow,
And we did create this as a result of wanting to be consistent in how we look at demolitions in our historic neighborhoods.
and I agree, it lacks the architectural detail from some of the older houses, right, that we've approved, but it's 71 years old.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think that we can say it's not cute. Okay, so the applicant wants to say something. We will reopen so that they can. Yes?
I mean, I just wanted to add that, this was not originally included because it did really bring no significance. And it seems, I mean, I hear what you guys are discussing right now, but we agree that, I mean, it was built in the 50s and, it seems like it's only, of special interest now because was built in the 50s. I mean, there's no other significance to the neighborhood, no architectural articulation or anything that seems contributing, just like the original report was done.
Yeah, the thing is, our policy is, even if it meets one of those, which is the age, it's significant. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's we tried to make it foolproof. So, all right, we'll reclose. Jim?
If I hear what I think I hear, I move to approve the project with 365-day stay of demolition of the building due to its special significance and value toward maintaining the character of the district.
Okay. Yes, do you want to waive the 90-day waiting period to submit new construction plans? No.
No.
Okay, great. Okay, so motion made by Jim, seconded by PJ. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 9-0. Thank you. All right. I'm thinking we can make it through the next one and then take a little break. Sure. Okay. Is that good with you all? Okay.
The next application is 1507 Belterre Avenue. Veronica and Kelly, are you with us?
Yes.
Hi, welcome. Have y'all been sworn in?
No, we haven't.
Okay.
All right. If you'll reach.
I don't know if Kelly's with us, but I'm here.
Okay. If you will, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. This application is in two parts. The first part of it has been approved at the staff level. So you might see some things on the drawings that have already been changed and approved. I tried to make that as clear as possible in the staff analysis and the project description, as well as by highlighting some of these changes on the elevations. So the red boxes that you see on like slide 349 and 350, those are the areas of focus for this application. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant to describe the project. And Veronica, if you would just state your name and your address for the court reporter, and then you can get started where you would like to.
Okay, my name is Veronica DeVita, and my address is 801 Nottingham Drive in Charlotte, 28211.
Okay, you can just wherever you would like to start.
So I guess we could start here. the clients are wanting to change some things on the interior of their house and finish replacing windows that were approved to be replaced back in 2015. They had just had a few that they hadn't replaced. So on the front elevation of the house, the right window, it goes into a kind of like a laundry side porch that was not originally enclosed. So all of that is not original, neither is this porch and stuff. And then if you go to the third picture on the top row, those two windows are on the side of that side porch. And then the picture on the bottom left, there's a little tiny sliver of a window that is also on that little side porch. And so they would like to remove the two side windows and put windows that are similar to the ones that flank the fireplace on the other side of the house, so that it will work with the new interiors there, and completely remove that little sliver of a window on that rear side. And then the front window would then be replaced to match the two front windows in the living room that have already been replaced, so that they all match.
Veronica? Hello,
Yes.
hello. Hi. I think you've moved away from your microphone. You're going in and out, and we're having a difficult time hearing you. Yes.
Okay. Can you, let me just put it up. Can you hear me now?
Oh, that's so much better. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. So the front elevation just has the right window that will be the same exact size, just to be replaced with ones that match the existing two front windows that have already been replaced. Okay. Did you hear that?
We did. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Then the top row, the right elevation, is on the side porch. Those two windows would be replaced to be a little bit smaller, so they work with the new interior. And those windows would be the same size as the ones that flank the fireplace on the existing left side of the house, which I don't, can I move these drawings, or do you have to do that?
We do that.
Okay. Is there an, all right. Can you go to the elevation drawings? One more. So, and one more. So the two windows that flank that fireplace, that size, and then if you can go back one sheet to A3, those would be the new windows that would flank that new side door on the porch. You can see at the top ones, they're just larger, and that whole thing was enclosed at some point. It's not original to the house at all. And then can you go to one more slide, the A2?
Veronica?
Yeah?
I know oh, that's great. I know that you're probably looking at your slides and talking to us, but it's important that you keep your microphone nearby because we cannot hear you and we want to be able to rule on your case.
Yeah, I'm just right in front of my laptop and I'm not moving, so I'm not sure.
Yes, okay. That is perfect, but we need to get a record of what you're saying and hear you, okay?
Okay, so I guess just let me know when you can't hear me, because I don't, it just seems like it's on, so. Well, we'll just stay in this slide here. The two windows that she's also boxed in to the right of that porch, they would be two separate windows, just slightly raised, so they're right at countertop height. And the windows that are there now that have already been replaced, they're not original windows, will be moved down to the back right side of the house, which was a staff approval. That changed to those little tiny windows on the very back of the house. Did you hear that?
No, no, we didn't.
No?
It's like it starts strong and then you go away.
Oh, okay. Let me just put it up all the way. It might be really loud, but can you hear me now?
Hearing you when you say that is not the problem. It's when you get into describing your application,
Okay.
which is where we really need to hear you.
Okay, well, again, let me know when you can hear me. Can you hear me now? Okay. What did you hear in the last part? I keep repeating myself.
The issue is the court reporter too needs to hear to record everything. So I'm going to summarize what I think you've said and maybe correct me if you're wrong, if I'm wrong. So on slide 351, there are 2 windows flanking the chimney. This is the same size window that is going to be installed on, as shown on slide 350, flanking the existing door. These 2 windows are smaller than the 2 large windows that are currently there. And you have also said that this is a former infilled side porch. So, and this was changed a long time ago. You also said that this double window on slide 350 on the right elevation is going to be relocated to the rear, which is shown down on the proposed plan. And while the opening is original, the movable parts, the sashes of the windows themselves are replacements. And but they are proposed for reuse. The new windows that are going to go in that location are smaller and pulled apart because they're in the kitchen, and you have raised the sill to be counter height level. So that is why they are shorter than the existing paired double hung windows.
Yes.
Okay. And then there's also that skinny little window that we saw in the pictures on the rear of this bump out that I'm circling with my pointer. So it's that kind of right back here is that skinny little window, and it shows up, and you're just taking that out and filling in with siding because it's a really super unusual sized window for that location.
Yes.
Okay. What did I miss?
The front window on that side porch is going to be replaced to match the 2 other front windows that have already been replaced. So the 3 of them match.
Okay. So on slide 349, the window I'm showing, this window, the movable parts are being replaced here just to match what's there. Question, is this window an original historic window?
No, because that used to be an open porch at some point.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Is that all for the commission review?
Right, because the doors have already been approved. Is that right, Christy?
Yep.
Okay.
Doors, they were replacement doors, clearly not original. And when in those cases, staff can approve those removals. And then staff also looked at some of the reconfiguration on the rear. We've approved that. But given that these are in the front 2 rooms of the original house and the visibility from the street, it has to come to the commission for review. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Chairwoman Parati.
Thank you.
We do not have anyone calling to speak for or against this project.
Commissioners, questions of the applicant? Commissioner Lineberger.
Hi, Veronica. So if we move forward and approve these changes, would there be any windows left on the house that are original?
No.
Are there all, so this completes the replacement that was started in 15?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Barth.
You have a note, hi Veronica. You have a note that mentions that I think it's on the front elevation, that they're going to be replaced with clad. Are the rest of the windows on the house clad windows?
Yes.
Okay, that is all.
All right, any other questions? All right, we'll close for deliberation. I'm just going to start off by saying the ghost of Damon Rumsch is here. And I can just hear him saying we want to maintain our porches as much as possible. And as far as that side porch goes, it will be, and correct me if I'm wrong, it will be completely enclosed, yes? Yeah. So that's a challenge for both Damon and I. It is a distinctive characteristic of the house, and granted, I mean, it's pretty close now, but that would be sealing it off, I think. So that's a challenge for me personally. Okay, we will reopen for the applicant. For Veronica, or is it, it's Kelly? Is it Kelly or Veronica?
Veronica?
Okay, thank you, Veronica. We've reopened.
Okay, can I speak to that?
Yes, please.
So the side porch, I mean, it was just, I think, a completely open porch at some point when the house was built. And the front porch wasn't original to the house either. So I think that it's not making it any less closed in because it was a actual porch, I believe, before.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. It was an actual porch before, is what you're saying? The side porch.
I believe it was. I believe it was.
Yeah, no, that's what I was speaking about. Yeah, that's that. I assume that it was. I think you said that in your presentation, or Christy said it. So that's why it's a challenge, because these porches are pretty important to our districts, and to close it off even more. You know, we have guidelines that ask us to retain porches enclosure of side porches and balconies is discouraged. If enclosure of a side porch or balcony is required for new use, the enclosure should be designed to ensure that the historic character and features of the porch are preserved. And so it's, in my opinion, just being one commissioner, it's completely getting rid of even the semblance of a porch that was there. So it's a challenge for me personally. Okay, we'll reclose. Sure. Okay, so we will reopen. Kelly?
Apologize. This is Kelly Messer. I don't believe that I was sworn in. I think I heard.
Okay, we can do that quickly. If you'll raise your right hand, Kelly, please respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, please continue.
I was just a little curious and confused about the statement of it not being enclosed, because it is fully enclosed today. It looks exactly the way it does there, except the windows are a little taller. We're asking to shorten those two windows that you can see on that side porch. But there is a door and 4 walls already there, along with 2.5 windows. One of the windows has already been approved to remove, but it is fully enclosed today.
Right, I see the windows, but there's still open space there with the windows, as opposed to it being closed off with the siding, where it's void space.
Okay, so you're talking about the 2 windows in the front there?
No, I'm talking about your side porch. I'm looking at, let's see here.
Slide 350.
Slide 350.
And you're talking about the loss of glassiness. The larger
I am.
windows make it appear more open and speak more to its former life as a porch. Is that what you're
That's exactly
trying to convey?
That's
Okay.
what I said, but maybe
Okay.
they can hear it if you say it.
Okay.
That makes me understand. I apologize. I thought it was the enclosure of the space itself.
Yeah, no. Okay. So we'll reclose. All right. Commissioners, any other concerns about this application? If not, it sounds like we're close to that we need to be thinking about a motion.
My general comment, just like with the last application, on on the right elevation with the side porch, just the number of different types of window sizes, right? That's all.
Okay. Any other comments?
I have a comment. I mean, programmatically, I frankly don't see why the window sizes need to change. So if it would satisfy the commission to maintain the daylight openness of that porch, can we not just request that the window sizes be maintained?
I think so.
It makes sense on the windows to the right in the kitchen because we have a countertop there now. So that makes more sense to me than reducing the size of these ones, especially since, let's see, can you go to the front elevation, Christy? Please.
Slide 349.
Especially since we have an adjacent window around the corner from those flanking the door that is a larger window. So maintaining that size would respond to that adjacent window. So I'd say we request that they maintain the size of those windows.
That sounds like a motion, Commissioner Barth.
Oh. I would like to approve this application with conditions, requesting that the applicant maintain the existing window sizes for the windows to be replaced on either side of the porch entry door to be approved by staff.
Okay. Motion made by Commissioner Barth. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion? Yeah.
Yes, reference guidelines and quick clarity question. Could you also opine on if you're approving the removal of the small window, the sliver window? And that you're approving the rest as drawn or something, even if it's just approving the rest as drawn or presented would be helpful.
Yeah, I don't see this guideline reference. What's the reference for windows?
4.14, I believe, that chapter.
It's
Is
it would be porches.
Porches is,
So, oh, I didn't include that. I'm so sorry. On 342 is the staff analysis. You can reference the Secretary of the Interior Standards, page 2.5. Windows
4.12.
4.12 through 4.14. And I apologize, I missed porches in my staff analysis. So if you wanted to
Had porches.
reference that, you could as well.
Do we have a section?
Yeah, we do. Hold on.
I don't have it on hand. I'm sorry.
It is 4.8.
4.8.
Mm-hmm.
And for reference, I like the skinny window. I think it's kind of quirky and fun, but I can understand how it's not ideal. Anyway, to restate, I'd like to make a motion to approve the application as presented with the following conditions. That the windows on the enclosed porch flanking the porch entry door on the right elevation maintain their current size, referencing sections 4.8, 4.12 through 14, as well as the Secretary of Interior Standards on page 2.5.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any further discussion of the motion? Okay. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 9-0. All right, thank you. Thank you, Veronica. Ah. Thank you, Veronica. I do. We need a
Okay,
break.
okay, 5 to 10 minute break and we'll resume with agenda item number 11, I believe.
Thank you.
We are rolling through. Thank you, guys. Oh, and Commissioner Hinman, please note for the record, Court Reporter Thomas, that Commissioner Hinman is leaving the meeting. Thank you. Okay, and we're back. Thanks, everybody. We are on agenda item number 11. Evan and Laura Blum, are you with us?
They are not able to attend today, so it is just me.
Okay, so Jessica, that is the voice of applicant Jessica Hinman? Yes.
That's correct.
Okay, hello. Yes.
Christy, before we get started,
Yes.
I forget what the requirement is, but I'm right around the corner from this house.
Okay.
Do I need to recuse, or I don't know the exact distance?
Did you receive a letter in the mail notifying you that you were an adjacent property?
We received two, but I don't have them in front of me. I apologize. I can't recall which ones.
Okay. Give me just a second. Mail list. Okay.
I apologize too. I didn't think of it until just now.
Two. I wonder, are you close to 1507 Belterre?
1507 Belterre.
You got two for the same application. Oh, yeah, that could be it. Okay, I'm gonna check. Cindy, I'll check Belterre if you would please check this current one. Thank you. Well, I'd rather y'all get two for the same application than none.
Yeah, well, I am pretty close. I think I'm closer to Belterre than I was.
Okay, legal counsel, I think we need to probably revote on Belterre because yes, I have confirmed that Chris, your real name's Andrew, right? And you're at 2001 Thomas Avenue?
That's the one.
Okay, yes. So you received a letter definitely for 1507 Belterre, and we don't see it for 1901 The Plaza. We think you're fine for this application. So I think what I would like to do is let's hear, we'll circle back to Belterre. We'll just have to reaffirm with you, not part of the vote. So I would like to move forward with at least the next two applications and then circle back with Belterre, just so we can get through as many applications as possible this evening.
Sure.
Okay, thanks. Okay, are we good with that? Yes.
We absolutely are. I just want to say 5:30, we're supposed to be losing.
We are, but I think we can get through at
Yeah.
least one or two applications.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So this next application is 1901 The Plaza. It is a corner lot, and but for it being on a corner lot and a window changing on the front elevation, this would have been a staff reviewed project. I'd just like to open with that. My staff comments, I feel that it meets the standards for additions and new construction. But of course, you know, that is up to the commission to determine. The application starts on slide 359, and you can see the proposed reconfiguration of an existing addition and a slight bump out on the back. Pictures on slide 360, adjacent context on 361 and 362. 363 shows a bird's eye view of the subject property showing the location of the addition. There are Zotwall surveys showing existing and proposed. And the elevations start on slide 365. The applicant has also provided an addendum. And that is for the commissioners in the room. The addendum is in the printed packet for the commissioners, and anyone else joining us online The addendum is linked on the agenda. So at this time, applicant, if you would just take maybe 5 minutes and summarize the project. The commissioners have reviewed this, and I want to let them ask you any questions as soon as possible. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. This is a really modest project.
Oh, I'm sorry. One thing. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Jessica Heineman, 720 East Tremont Avenue. This is a beautiful house on the corner of the Plaza and Belterre, directly across from the Van Landingham. The house, I wish the homeowners were here for you guys to meet them. It is certainly a success story from a historic district perspective. They had submitted an application last year to replace all of their windows. They withdrew it. They've been working with double hung, and they now have just a gorgeous set of historic wave glass windows on their beautiful house. And they love the house. There are really not that many changes that need to be made, but there are significant headroom issues in the upper level, and there is a bathroom that is not functional on the back of the house. There is a side addition on the shared property line and a back addition on the house that are not original. We do not know exactly what they date to, but they have exposed concrete block foundations. And so they're certainly on the newer side, and they are not consistent with the historic house itself. So we are requesting the extension of an existing dormer at the top of the house in order to gain the required headroom at the top of the stairs and add a bathroom fixture. We are requesting to change the windows in the existing side bump out. It does expose to the plaza, albeit behind a very significant canopy tree, so it's very hard to see. We would like to use a salvaged window from the back of the house on the face that faces the plaza. So the window we're showing here is a salvaged window from the historic bathroom on the back of the house. On the side of that bump out, that existing bump out, we would like to center a window in the laundry room. On the rear elevation, we would like to remove the non-historic addition and add a bathroom for the main level with 2 windows facing the rear yard. We would also like to add a screened porch at the corner of the house that is the furthest from both street views. And on the Belterre elevation, we would like to reuse 2 salvaged windows from the back room of the house facing Belterre. We'd like to reinstall those so that they face Belterre. The addendum, the only thing that it addresses is that we would actually like to take 2 more salvaged windows and reuse those in that laundry room addition that's in the side yard. So you can see here, it's this salvaged window that's bubbled on the top would be within the screen porch, and it's a window that we're salvaging from the house. And the salvaged window that's bubbled on the bottom elevation here is facing the neighbor's house. It's centered on an existing bump out that we would be refinishing. We'd like to parch the foundations. This house has a really exceptional historic stacked stone foundation that is stunning, and there's no possible way that we could match it. So we'd like to differentiate by parging in the historic pattern of parging, which would allow us enough separation that at a fireplace on the rear screen porch addition, we could do a stone finish that is as close a match as possible, but not an obvious mismatch because it will not have proximity. I think that covers everything.
Thank you, Jessica. Is anyone here on the line to speak for or against this application? Okay.
No, there's no one.
No. Okay. So commissioners, let's start with you, Commissioner Walker.
Christy, this is Candace. We can't hear Commissioner Walker.
I'm so sorry. I just didn't want to sound too dumb here, but I actually honestly couldn't come up with a really legitimate question other than, just for the sake of asking a question, which I don't like to do. I do appreciate the applicant's clarity and brevity of the presentation, and I will leave it for other commissioners who have questions over and above mine.
Actually, I don't think that's dumb at all. I think it sounds quite smart. I feel the same way. Any questions, commissioners? Any other questions? All right, we're going to close for deliberation.
I have a question.
Sorry. Well, you know what? I was too quick on the draw. Sorry about that, Commissioner Barth. We will reopen. Commissioner Barth?
It's okay. Beautiful house, beautiful addition. I agree with you, Jessica. walk by this house practically every day. Just a few things, actually one thing. You show a series of casement windows. On the right side elevation or north side elevation, I'm not as concerned with it, but wanted to see if you consider moving to more of a top sash only or double hung window there. This becomes more of a concern for me on the rear elevation since we are at a corner lot, that rear elevation does become a little more visible from Belterre.
So on the side elevation, and it's in the addendum drawings, we are proposing using a salvaged double hung window at that side elevation. And we're also proposing using a salvaged double hung window within the screened porch facing the rear that we're able to recover elsewhere in the house. So hopefully that covers this elevation. In the bathroom, it would be our preference to switch to the casement with the divided light pattern that matches the historic divided light patterns in the oversized windows in the rest of the house, from a functional perspective, and just because sometimes these utilitarian spaces at the backs of these houses do switch window type like that. But if it's going to be a problem, I'll definitely, be fluid on it.
Any other questions, commissioners?
I have one.
Yeah, PJ?
Ms. Hinneman, are you also requesting the removal of a tree?
No, there's no tree removal in this application.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Going once, going twice. All right, let's close for deliberation. Jill Walker? Okay.
Approve this application based on it not being congruous with the district. Apologies. I'd like to move to approve this application based on it not being incongruous with the district and meeting standards for additions and new construction.
All right, motion made. Who wants to second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Commissioner Barth, you brought up challenges with the windows, and the applicant answered you. Do you have anything that you want to add to the motion?
No.
You sure? Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah. All right. All right. So then let's vote. Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Murin.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 8-0. Thank you. All right, next.
Okay, Commissioner Mern, are you leaving us or are you sticking around for one more application?
One more.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thanks,
Yep.
Commissioner Murin.
Our next application is 808 Woodruff Place. Minimize this. Okay. It is for a rear addition that ties beneath the existing ridge. It also extends slightly to the right property line. I should note the staff analysis has noted a small shed dormer added to the front elevation. From the addendum items that were submitted yesterday, it appears that the applicant has removed that request, but I will confirm with the applicant. There's also addendum items about a retaining wall and a tree, and there are some perspective drawings. It looks like the perspective drawings are a lot easier to see both by the commissioners at home and on the iPads. They're not coming in as clear on our screen here. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant. Jessica, you're still here, right?
I am still here. The homeowners had intended to be here, but I am not sure that they are here. I don't think they really expected us to get this far into the agenda this early. So I'm just going to go ahead and barrel forward.
Okay.
This has been an extremely complicated project for us, and a lot of things came together at the same time in an unexpected way. So forgive me if it's a lot.
Hey, Jessica, I think Amanda is here. Would you mind if we swore her in
Oh, yes,
before you
please.
got underway? Okay. Amanda?
Hi.
Hi, welcome. Chairwoman Pratty's going to swear you in.
Hi, Amanda. If you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question, please. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, and Amanda and Jessica, before you get started, if you would state your names and your addresses for the court reporter, and then you can give us an overview.
Jessica Hindman, 720 East Tremont Avenue.
Amanda May, 808 Woodruff Place, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28208.
So I would love to let Amanda introduce herself. Like as a brief introduction, Amanda met with me, I think over 10 years ago, about how much she was in love with this little cottage on Woodruff that they had just purchased, and then we had the opportunity or the privilege to start working together last year during kind of the COVID shutdown, which has been has been a privilege for me to have somebody come back after 10 years. It was really cool to have that experience. So Amanda, you can sort of introduce yourself real quickly.
Yeah, that's true, Jessica. We met so long ago. This has been a project in waiting for a long time, and like all the stars aligned, and now it's the time for us to go. We have 2 little kids, and we love the neighborhood, and we love our house, and Jessica's plans really just bring more beauty to an already great house. So I'm excited to see all the presentations.
Great. Well, so I'll start with saying that this application is in 2 parts. One part is the tree and the other part is the addition. And so I sort of want to handle them separately for clarity. I do not typically do tree applications. It's just sort of an in-office policy, but in this case, everything came together at the same time, and it probably made more sense just to take care of it in one application rather than 2. And so the situation with this tree is that it has a significant lean towards the house. We did have the opportunity to meet with Craig at Heartwood for an evaluation of the tree. You can see from this slide 377 that the current condition is that there is a retaining wall that is less than 1 tree diameter along about a half of the critical root zone of this tree. It has been there for a very long time. When Amanda and Dave purchased the house, it was in the inspection report that it was damaged and it needed to be replaced. However, they have looked into replacing it, and Amanda, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that everyone who has looked at replacing it has told them that any effort to replace the foundations of the retaining wall would undermine the integrity of the tree, and the tree would fall in the house because it's so significantly leaning towards the house. So Christy, with that, if you could possibly switch to the addendum for me, that is going to help me address the tree. So you can see here, again, the retaining wall on about a half of the critical root zone. If you can go to the next slide, Christy. This is actually just a clarification based on staff questions. The original survey on the property identified a retaining wall at the far corner of the property. It does not actually exist, and that's my mistake for just taking it from the original survey. As you can see, the area is overgrown, but Dave dug around for me last week and took a bunch of photos, and there's fragments of some old foundation that is unknown. Many of them are gone. The construction that the neighbors did removed some of them, and so this is the condition of that. That's not really a retaining wall. We're not really doing anything with it at this time. So next slide. So this is the certified arborist letter from Craig. For all of you guys, I'll have it in your addendum. The tree has a significant lean towards the house, and the mode of failure is only in the direction of the lean. And that was Craig's take on it. We don't have a formal policy for leaning trees, which is why this is before the full commission. Next slide. These are Craig's photos from his letter. Again, he's the certified arborist at Heartwood, and this is his technical, he has a tool that he assesses lean, and so the tree has a 13% lean. Next slide. So you can see in the left slides here, this is these are the straight on photos, the best I could get of the tree from the backyard and from the front yard, and it's leaned towards the house. It's a very large tree, and per Craig at Heartwood, it is headed straight in the direction of this house and the house next door to it. And it is probably worth noting that if I'm orienting the commission to the context of this house, the house to the right that is not in the path of the tree is a brand new house that was built a year and a half ago, and all of the houses across the street are not historic. Those are new houses too. So the only historic houses remaining in this context are this house, the one to the left, and the one to the left of that. These are the cracks in the foundation wall. Again, the contractors who have looked at it have said they cannot repair their foundation wall without killing the tree. So next slide, please. These are just scale references for the cracks in the foundation wall. And the photo on the right is this tree, the base of this tree, at the completion of the new house that was built next door. And you can see that the building of the house next door came well into the critical root zone of the tree on the side that we had any critical roots left. Craig's assessment when we met with him essentially was that the only way to predict failure of this tree would be to see root uplift on that side, but that the compaction and backfill from the neighbor's construction within the critical root zone would mask that at this point, and that he would expect it to take the tree 5 years to react to the construction and compromising the integrity of the critical root zone on that side, and it's been about 18 months. But that we might not see that uplift before it happens because of the compaction and backfill. And that is kind of the best kind of broad picture I can give on the leaning tree. Amanda, I don't know if you have anything else you want to pitch in on that. I've tried to identify all of the photos in the addendum by the person who took them and the date that they were taken for the city attorney's requirements.
No, that was a really good summary, Jessica. Thank you. It's a beautiful tree. It's just very leaning.
So, so I don't know, Christy, if you, I mean, we definitely had intended to submit the tree and the addition as 2 separate applications. So I don't know if you want to handle them all at once and have me present everything at once, or if you want to separate them, you tell me.
I would say the addition impacts the tree, so I would just go ahead and present everything, and then if the commission wants to separate them as 2 different motions, they can.
Okay, sure, no problem.
Yeah.
Can you go back to the application then? So the house, again, the context is, Christy, can you go to the, yeah, this is perfect, the map. This is the edge of Wesley Heights, and much like the edge of the district in Dilworth and some of Wilmore, the edge of the district is really defined, you know, topographically by, you know, kind of a cliff off of the back where there's a major city drainage channel. And so in this map here, you can start to see where the flood zone is. There is actually a city drainage channel on the back, like 30 feet of Amanda and Dave's property, that they are actively trying to work with the city to understand what is possible there. But on the other flood maps, it's very, very, very clear that the city drainage channel is through the back of their property. This is their house in the red rectangle on slide 376. The 2 houses to the left are historic homes. The house to the right is a new home, and all of the houses across the street are new homes. This particular section of Wesley Heights has really, really wide lots, and most of the houses fill the width of the lot in a much more significant manner than this cottage does. The site plan, please. So in the site plan, the left is the existing, the right is the proposed. You can see the city drainage channel at the top of both site plans. You can see the significance of the topography drop off. The driveway slopes very steeply towards the back of the lot and is narrow. And so our feeling was that about the best we could do was to get a turnout for a car at the back to safely get out of the driveway, but that we really, in order to safely turn the car out, really needed to sort of hug the addition around one corner. And that happens to be near where the tree is, although the tree was always an independent issue for us anyway. We are hoping that the width and rhythm of the streetscape and the lots in this portion of Wesley Heights supports our need to do that, but our need to do that is based on the site constraints. In the site plan that you're seeing on the right, the proposed site plan, the darker hatch that kind of hugs the edge of the house is the condition space that we would like to add, but we are preserving the historic corner of the brick house, and the lighter hatch is a porch. The other challenge is that this is a cottage with some Tudor and English cottage influences, and it's kind of quiet and diminutive on the front, and it's beautiful, and Amanda and Dave love it, and we don't want to overwhelm the cottage, but no matter what, the topography drops off so steeply on the back of this lot that we're going to be taking advantage of the privilege of that topography, but also be wary of the risks of the flood zone down there. The program of the project is really modest. They met with me wanting to take the space that is in the upstairs of the house, and they want to accomplish 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms up there, and we're trying to do that in, with minimally changing the footprint of the house. We are asking to go out to the right side. We know that the precedent in the historic district is that it is not possible to ask to go both taller and wider. And so we are doing everything in our power to stay below the historic ridge line for this. The addition that kind of hugs the back corner there is really in the spirit of the period cottage, which does have that really beautiful asymmetric balanced quality to it. It tends to not have hard symmetries. It tends to have lots of balanced offset pieces. I think that covers my site analysis. Christy, if you can go to, this is the Zoutwell survey 381. You can see the subject property. We are not changing the height. We are not changing the historic ridge. There is an existing side porch. I know in the summary it says it's screened. It's actually not screened. It's open. And so we're adding the addition tucked behind the side porch. You can see kind of the width of which the historic houses to the left grace the width of their lots and the spacing. I think you guys are mostly familiar with the new house to the right. It is, there are photos of it in our photo exhibit, but in completion, it's kind of a tan tumbled brick with a really white mortar, and it tends to it is not as contextual as the new homes across the street. Christy, can you go to the next slide? So this is the front on our proposal. As Christy had mentioned, we were originally proposing a shed dormer in the front, but we're really not happy with that. So we are not requesting that at this time. I think it shows up in our addendum, but as you can see, we're tucking the addition behind the existing porch. We're aligning the ridge heights. We're dropping the connector in the middle between the two. And we're hoping that it honors the integrity of the historic cottage. Christy, can you go to the next slide? This is the driveway side elevation. Really the critical piece of information here is that we are preserving the historic corner of the historic brick cottage. So we're copying over the gable, we're insetting it so it has a pent eave condition. We're dropping the connector 6 inches in between the two to just try to capture the headroom that we need for the 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms upstairs. There's an open porch in order to preserve the integrity of the corner of the historic house. And then below that open porch, we're putting a sort of a roll in for the trash and recycling bins, but we're setting that back 6 inches from the corner again to preserve the corner. Can you go to the next slide, please? The goal in the rear elevation, and I'll revisit the addendum in just a second to address some of the staff notes, was to kind of capture the spirit of the period cottage. We obviously are dealing with a major change in grade here. So even staying below the historic ridge, which is very low, we just have a lot of topography down here. We really haven't formally designed the lower level. Again, the homeowners are working with the city to try to understand the constraints of the city drainage channel there. So I would consider the doors and windows that I've got down there aspirational at best. We really don't know what we can or will do, and hopefully anything at that level is something that we could work with staff on, because I don't know what our conditions are with that channel at this point. Next slide, please. And this is the right side. This is where we're coming out and we're tucking behind the existing porch. Again, this is where the addition is on this back corner in order to preserve the other 3/4 of the house. And this is designed to try to capture the spirit of asymmetric balance in the period cottage. Now, staff had a few comments for us that we addressed in the amendment. So Christy, if you can open the amendment, yeah. So the amendment has the 3D views of the cottage, which I did not have on hand by the deadline before. The first comment was that staff wanted us to align this, the gable that's copied back and set in with the historic kitchen window below. So what we've just shifted the center line of that gable, the geometry stays the same, so it doesn't get larger. It's literally just a match. And we wrote down the eave of it to capture that porch and brought it back for a pent eave. So the gable window, which is an egress window for a bedroom, and the existing historic kitchen window are now aligned. And I think that that alignment will be apparent in, you know, the pedestrian experience of this house. We are preserving all of the historic windows on the main level of the house. In the brick historic gable, we are asking to swap out those windows for an egress window, but retain the openings. And the egress window would be in the same light configuration as the historic window. Next slide, please. And this is the opposite side elevation. Staff had asked us in this small bump out that we are using to try to break down the scale and the rhythm of this addition. Staff had asked us to center the small window there, which we've done. From my personal perspective, I really love the original proposal of the offset window with the shutter in the spirit of kind of asymmetric balance. And the house has a really beautiful wood door, and we'd like to model the shutters in the addition off of the historic wood door. But if you guys want the window centered on that little bump out, that's perfectly fine with me. You can see, again, we've got the 3 large windows in the half level upstairs are the egress windows. Those are our egress casements. Everything else is much smaller. The chimney over here tries to navigate the slope a little bit, and it mimics the chimney on the front of the house, tapered, offset from the center line. And was there another slide here? The top slide, you know, we've lined up the center lines of these windows on the rear elevation. They're all in pretty significantly different planes. So I'm not sure if that alignment is something that would be experiential or not, but I'm totally capable of aligning them in this case if that's preferred. And again, I would consider everything on the ground level that's in such close proximity to the city drainage channel to be, you know, aspirational at best at this point, and hope that we could work with staff once we understand the constraints of the drainage channel. And I think that covers everything. We've got our HVAC units on the right side, tucked behind a bunch of landscaping, pretty low on the lot towards the back. That should be everything.
All right, thanks, Jessica. Christy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
No, we don't have anyone wishing to speak for or against this application.
All right. Well, why don't we hear from the commissioners? Commissioner Henningsen.
Yeah, can we start off at the left elevation, please?
Would you like me to show the addendum that shows the slightly shifted window?
Yeah, that may be easier.
Okay.
All right, so, all right, Ms. Hinman, all right, left elevation, original house, dormer. The window that's being replaced with, is that casement gonna read like a double hung? Is it gonna read like 12 light pattern?
So we have currently got it shown as a 12 light to mimic the 6/6. In the past, we've sometimes been asked to thicken up the center style on it in order to mimic a double hung, which I can do if that's preferred. It's still a casement, so it's coplanar and it doesn't have the shadow line of a double hung. So my preference is to go with the 12 light, but I could be fluid on that if that was an issue.
And is the window on the addition and the dormer, are those two casement style windows the same configuration? 12
Yes,
light?
that's correct. We are only able to accomplish 3 large windows since we're keeping the historic ridge height. And so those 3 are our egress windows and they are intended to match.
Okay, all right. So granted, if any other commissioners, felt strongly about having a stronger bar or something to make it read like a 6/6 versus a 12 light, we probably want to make that same change to both of those windows in the dormers. Again, just a comment. I may be the only one. Another question for you, the board and batten. How did you come to choosing board and batten? Because I keep going back and forth between, is it congruous? Is it not incongruous? I mean, you've got brick, siding, batten.
I mean, honestly, we just spent a lot of time in the neighborhood, and that setback Pent Eve it felt like the right place for a board and batten for something like a little softer in maybe a more saturated color. It did not feel like it wanted to be the same as that dormer on the back or the gable on the back.
Okay. Thank you. Could we go to the right elevation now? Okay, and shutters. Is there only one window that's getting a shutter? I thought there were multiple. I thought there were a couple.
In the original application, we had a shutter in this small bump out that's breaking down the scale of the addition. We had a shutter on that small window, which again, I would prefer to keep. We've centered it up and gotten rid of the shutter in response to staff analysis. I think shifting the window and adding the shutter, it's really in the spirit of that asymmetric balance in the cottage, but I wouldn't want that to hold up anything.
And then, okay, in the addition, you get 2 windows around the chimney. Why are those 4/4? Is that a 4/4 light pattern?
They're responding to the program inside that room where we actually have the space constraints are a little bit different inside the room. So our focus is to get the balance on the exterior elevation that we need for the HDC. But that's about the widest I can get the window in order to meet the interior constraints there.
Got it. And the size of those lights, are they similar to the light pattern or the size of the lights in the original house?
Yes, every single window is sized to the historic light.
Got it. Okay. Can we go to the front porch, please? The front elevation. And I apologize, this may have been fixed in the addendum or not. I think I had seen some just conflicting details about matching for the front porch, matching brick. Is it paver? Is it tile? What materials do you intend to use for the larger front porch?
Thank you. For the patio, it's sort of barely above grade. It's 2 risers above grade. And our intention is for the edge of it to be brick with a brick row-lock. And our intention would be like a brick paver on the interior.
Okay.
I think the staff review might have said concrete on the interior. The side
Got
porch has a broken tile, so we're being respectful of that.
Okay. And Christy, from a tree perspective, did the city arborist weigh on any type of opinion?
No, we just received the information yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hinman, no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Henningsen. Commissioner Barth.
Yeah, Christy, can you go to the rear elevation, please? Jessica, what's going on? You have a box bay off the rear of the house. What's going on with the roof there? Can you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Our in all of our precedent study for this project, we really fell in love with a couple of inspiration images that had a contemporary bay off of the back of, a cottage gable that was a steeper pitch with a really shallow rake, much like the historic pattern of this house. And we thought on the back elevation, facing outside of the district might be a great opportunity for us to do something a little bit more contemporary, tucked behind everything. And we've put it on some kind of softly curved brackets below to tie into some of the softer curve elements in this house.
Okay, and so what would the composition of that roof be? Is that a flat roof up there with like a frieze sort of detail?
That is what we are currently proposing. We've done a few of these in Plaza Midwood on back elevations that have had sort of a hip that has a little bit of radius to it before. In copper. In this one, I think we kind of fell in love with the flat roof once we drew out the different options.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions or comments that have not been addressed? Commissioner Bonaparte?
No, actually, the things that I had noted, Jessica had already, I think the addendum actually took care of it. So I think it looks
Okay.
great.
All right. All right. So why don't we close for deliberation? All right. Why don't you kick us off, PJ?
Well, let's start with trees, right? I mean, that tree is leaning a whole lot.
Mhm.
Jim Hayden, what do you think?
I think we ought to let them take it down before it comes down on its own.
Okay.
Mhm.
Does anyone else, any other commissioners feel strongly against what Mr. Hayden said? Okay. All right. A lot of my questions for Ms. Hinman were, I mean, I don't want to say minor, but kind of minor. I mean, does anyone feel strongly about the 12 light pattern light in the dormer reading more like a double hung than a casement?
I do not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Fine. Anyone feel strongly about the shutter? It's operable. It's a decorative, it's a decorative addition. On an addition, it's the only location. I mean, I see a guideline that's, 4. something, number 9, that says don't add a shutter if your house doesn't have shutters, but it's 1. Anyone feel
There's, I'm sorry, go on.
anyone feel strongly about having the shutter on there?
No, there was a shutter on the, I think that was an addition that was there. I'm looking at A 2.0. They're doing away with that part, but there was a shutter there initially. I don't know if they took their inspiration from that, but I really do like the the asymmetrical window with a shutter on it. It mimics what's going on the front facade.
Okay.
And it's the addition, the new part, so I don't have a problem with that.
I have a question, and I don't know, I don't have the answer, but my only thought is how in some perspectives, like the rear and some others, whether this would fall within the guideline of making sure that when you remove whatever's been done as an addition to the house, you have the ability to get back to the original house. And I can't see that for sure, but I feel like on the rear view, I'm having a hard time seeing how that would happen. Maybe there's an architect that can help me.
We have one who is going to speak. Commissioner Barth.
Can you briefly restate, Jill?
Yeah, sure. In our guidelines for additions, we are supposed to attempt to remove them such that the essential form and integrity of the building would be unimpaired. And that's my only, the one thing I haven't been able to be sure of from my own ability in looking at all these drawings, whether in fact that is the case.
Yeah, I mean, I think that because of the styling of the house and maybe the material characteristics, the existing house does maintain its sort of robust character, while the addition is made of wood. I mean, I know that's like a really simple way to look at it, but the rear rake line of the historic house is maintained, and all the addition seems to be respecting that. So, I mean, in my opinion, I think it's okay.
The applicant wants to say something, so why don't we open up so that she can? Jessica?
Thank you so much. I think it's a really good question, and I maybe didn't articulate it quite right, but on the rear elevation of the house, the main level of the house, the brick that you're seeing is actually the back wall of the house. We're preserving the back corner, but the reason that's a porch is in order to preserve that back wall. So we're really preserving as much of the back wall as possible with the intention of meeting that requirement that the narrative of the house be clear and that the original footprint of the house have clarity about it.
Does that answer your question, Jill?
I'm not an architect, so there's I have a big gap in that. I'm just having a hard time looking at the original rear view and finding it in the new rear view.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody else have that issue, or is that just me?
Well, I see where the challenge is just from layman's view or eyes, but I do see what Jessica just mentioned, that the light bulb went off when I saw the porch and that back brick wall. If we were to take the wood away, I'm assuming that back brick wall would still be there.
Is that correct, Jessica?
Yes, that's correct. Michelle, thank you for the way that you said that. The back wall, more than half of it, the back brick wall, more than half of it is preserved on both levels.
Yeah, in fact, on there's a little line where Jessica points out existing historic rear brick wall to remain.
Here's slide 380 that might help, showing here's the back wall that's being discussed. And then there's just that open porch is here. And if you look here, this is the back wall of the house, and this open porch is maintaining that back wall. Is that said right, Jessica?
Yes, that's exactly correct. And, you know, we're putting a sturdy foundation under this, but we're stepping it back 6 inches from the corner. And the original historic brick wall turns back and goes 2/3 of the way down. And is preserved on both levels.
Okay. I'm going to kick it. So any other questions for Jessica while we have her? All right, we'll reclose. PJ, back to you.
My only other comment was the board in Baden. Does anyone feel, is anyone opposed to the board in Baden?
I'm not a fan of it.
Actually, go ahead, Chris.
I was just going to say, I don't know that it fits on this style of house. I mean, in elevation form, it kind of looks like stucco and timber. But I mean, I would prefer it not to be on this style of house, but you know, I think, I don't know if it's successful. You know, I think they were trying to, what the applicant was trying to do was trying to provide some variation on the elevation, but so I don't know that it would work as lap siding or something else.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Barth. That's helpful. Commissioner Lineberger.
I really like it. I feel like there are multiple elements of this design that emphasize just there's a hint at the Tudor style in the original home. And I think that the board in Batten plays that up. And I think it also, the other elements like the bay on the back and the support and the corbels for that. That's kind of a Tudor style. The shutter detail, which I did like. I do like the asymmetrical shutter that was originally on the elevation, the front elevation. But I could go either way on that. And the shutter that is at the top. Yes, thank you, Christy. I think all of those elements re-emphasize that characteristic of the original home that she was trying to pull out of and emphasize in the addition.
Thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. I would fall with Commissioner Lineberger on that. Commissioner Hayden?
I'm fine with that.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, there's no other real, big comments. I mean, if I were to make a motion, I'd make it a motion to approve the addition as written with some conditions for the tree.
Sure.
So if you allow me.
We'll allow you.
We closed?
We are.
Okay.
All right, so I'd like to make a motion to approve this application with conditions. 1 second. I'd like to approve this application as written, the addition as written, because it meets our standards for additions on page 7.2.
Chapter
7.2. I'd like to approve the removal of the tree. Hold on. Per guideline 8.5, number 2, a certified arborist recommends removal because the tree is imbalanced with a significant lean. And that's it. Yes.
Can we consider a replacement tree?
Ooh,
That
and
means yes.
accepted. And for the applicant to provide a tree planting,
A minimum of a 3 to 5 caliper, large maturing canopy tree from the city's approved list.
yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay. Motion made by Commissioner Henningsen. Second? Who wants to second it? Seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion of the motion?
The only thing I would like is some clarity since there were some addendum elevations submitted. Are you providing the applicant the ability to use either? Or
No.
would you like the addendum and then giving the applicant flexibility on certain features?
Sure. PJ, I think really out of,
For the addendum,
for the addendum,
my motion is to approve what's written in the addendum.
Thank you. Very good.
all right, are you still good with seconding that, Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
All right. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 8-0. All right, Commissioner Murin, thank you so much for sticking it out with us for another application. Let the record show that Commissioner Murin has left the building.
We also have a commissioner in the room leaving, so I
That's
have
right.
put in a few-minute break to let that
Okay.
transition, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
So also let the record show that Commissioner Lineberger is also leaving the building.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. We appreciate that time. We have two motions to reconsider. It was brought to our attention that a commissioner received adjacent property notices for two projects. The first project being agenda item number 4, 1914 Thomas Avenue, and agenda item number 10, 1507 Belterre. So what's going to happen is we're going to have the Chairwoman Parati call for, the process is a call for a motion to reconsider. Someone's got to make that motion and second it. Then she's going to call for the motion to reconsider agenda item number 4 and then to reconsider agenda item number 10. And before we do that, I just want to make sure that we do have noted for the record that both Commissioner Muirn and Commissioner Lineberger have left the meeting, and Commissioner Hinman has joined the meeting at 6:17 p.m. So, Kim?
All right, so we need to reconsider items number 4, 1914 Thomas Avenue, as well as item number 10, 1507 Belterre Avenue. So we need a motion. All right, do we have a second for that motion? Seconded, motion made by Commissioner Hayden, seconded by Commissioner Walker. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth. Sorry, Commissioner Heineman.
Yes.
Hinman. And Commissioner Parati, 6-0.
Okay, and before we move on for the reconsideration, we'll just have Commissioner Barth announce that he received the letters for the record.
Okay.
Commissioner Barth, you're up.
Commissioner Barth? You're muted. We can't hear you.
We can see you.
Sorry, there's like a little bit of a delay in my internet, I guess.
Oh, that's okay.
I did confirm that I received letters for the two mentioned properties on Thomas Avenue and Belterre.
All right.
Such you are recusing from the review and vote on those applications?
Yes, I will be recused from both applications.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. So let's look at item number 4, 1914 Thomas Avenue. We need a motion for that one.
I make a motion to approve based on this I make a motion to approve this application based on this not being incongruous with the district and meeting standards for accessory buildings, guidelines 8.9, and for new construction, chapter 6.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Walker, seconded by...
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. All right, any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 7-0. 6-0. Thank you. All right. Next application, number 10, 1507 Belterre Avenue. We need a motion for that one as well.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this application with the following conditions: that the window sizes on either side of the entry door on the right elevation remain unchanged per guidelines for porches 4.8, per guidelines for windows 4.12 to 4.14, and the Secretary of Interior Standards, page 2.5.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Henningsen, seconded by Commissioner Walker. Any discussion of the motion? All right, Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, excellent. Thank you all so much. I want to see if John is with us. and Michael, are y'all here?
John is here.
Hi, John.
Michael's here as well.
Hi, how are y'all doing?
Good.
Good.
Doing
Have you
well,
been
thank you.
have you been sworn in today yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
All right, John and Michael, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm going to give a very brief overview and then pass it over to you and ask you also to give a very brief overview so we can jump right into questions that the commission has about the project. It is the construction of a new accessory dwelling unit. It's located on the inside corner of the lot as far back as possible to meet zoning setbacks. And that's all I'm going to say. So John and Michael, if you want to explain the project really quickly, and then we'll get into any questions the commission has about it.
I will do my best to be clear and concise and quick. Can you please go back to just the first page real quick?
Sure.
Just so I can explain. Sorry about that. So
And if you could, I forgot, the court reporter's smiling at me. If you could state your names and your addresses for the record, please.
Sorry. My name is
Thank you.
John Abish. My address is 501 Olmsted Park Place.
Michael Ingram, 1801 Merriman Avenue.
Thank you. Can you go to the third page where the pictures are of the actual house? Okay, there we go. Perfect. So this is the context currently. The existing home that Michael purchased is in the state that he purchased it in. You will see a shed in the backyard that was constructed by the previous owner. No historic relevance that we are aware of when we spoke to the staff about it. So we propose to demolish that in lieu of providing an accessory dwelling unit for Mike's mom when she moves in later this year. Can you please go to the next slide, please? These are the neighboring properties catty corner to Mike's house. His neighbor at 721 West Kingston Avenue would be to the left if you are facing the front of the accessory dwelling unit. Across the street at 1761 Merriman, the pink house would be facing the ADU. Next slide, please. So this is the existing site plan. The house is a one-story framed English cottage, undertones to it, more simplified. It's about 1,300 square foot footprint. Next slide, please. This is the proposed ADU that we're providing. So we have, based on zoning, we have a 20-foot setback, front setback along Merriman. We have a 10-foot setback along West Kingston. We're providing that 15-foot setback from the side property line next to the neighboring property with that 5-foot setback on the other side. So we are really pushed into the far back corner as best as we can go to meet the guidelines and meet the zoning requirements. The rear yard is a little over 2,700 square feet. So based on percentage, we are minimizing our footprint as best as we can within that rear yard setback to about 663 square foot of heated square footage within that setback. So we're proposing a 2-car garage on the first level, with part of that being the first floor of the accessory dwelling unit, which would have a second level. If you go to the next slide. These are just some initial plans, not all, not everything is there, but you'll see the second level having stairs going up to a smaller footprint. So if you could go to the next slide, please. So this is the front elevation. So what we're trying to do is keep within the context of the English cottage undertones. The plan for Michael would be to do a phase 2 and clean up some of that existing primary home back and get it back to kind of the original intent. There's a lot of different materials that were done through additions that really didn't look to meet the intent of an English cottage per se. So what we chose to do was look at some simplified English cottage context and look at the context of the neighboring structures. The neighbor across the street has the 6/6 double hung windows. So we were looking to mimic that style. So we have a 1.5 story. The second floor is within the roof line. So we're providing that offset dormer, not too symmetrical, but kind of gives that artistic flair to it. If you'll notice, the canopies over the doors are where we're really trying to put in some of that cottage flavor with the curved canopy entrance that is more delicate, I'd say, especially with the garage door, a little more articulation within the garage door with that cottage style. Next slide, please. If you look at the side elevations, this is the elevation that would be facing the primary house structure. So when he walks out the back of the house, he would be able to access the garage directly with that canopy on the side as well. So from the street, you'll see that elevation because of its angle, and you'll see the front elevation as well. So we think those two canopies from the road will provide a nicer view. Next slide, please. The left, this is the rear elevation facing the 5-foot rear side yard. You will see the 6/6 double hung window on the ground level with the gable roof, low slope. Now, obviously, we are trying to minimize the roof height because we want to be clearly subordinate from the primary structure. Obviously, the primary structure has a steeper roof slope, and as we try to fit everything in, it becomes a little difficult to fit everything in perfectly. But what we've done is we've tried to maximize a livable situation as best as we can for this accessory dwelling unit, including the 2-car garage that would be a tandem car garage. Next slide, please. This is the side elevation that would face the neighbor to the left. So you have 3 windows on the ground level, and that 2x2 window that is stacked together on the top level. As far as condensers go, you'll see on the back left corner where that shed roof is. It would go in the back, so it would be hidden from the street. We would provide planting around that. Next slide, please. This is the streetscape. So you see the existing home is about 21.4 from grade at the front, about 20 feet 10 next to the ADU. So we're at 19'9" to our ridge height, and that is to we've minimized the ceiling heights on both levels as much as we can to fall under that. But you'll also notice that there's a lot of topography. I've calculated about 7 feet from finished floor elevation from Michael's house to his neighbor's house as it climbs up. One problem that he's facing on the site is also drainage issues. So by lowering the grading a little bit for the ADU to get it lower than the primary structure, it's also helping the drainage issues in his backyard, and would also make his driveway a little less steep and a little more usable than it is right now. Next slide, please. And this is the detail sheet. You'll see in that entry canopy detail on the top right, that's kind of what we're envisioning for a delicate light canopy structure that as you enter. The 6/6 double hung window at the top and bottom sash having 6 lights in each, and the entry door detail being a 6-light full glass panel. The materials would be wood lap siding with wood trim and wood freeze board and asphalt shingles. And that pretty much covers it as best as I can and as quickly as I can. Thank you.
Thank you, John. All right. Do we have anyone on the line, Christy, looking to speak for or against this?
No, we do not.
All right. Commissioners. And side note, sorry, did I mention that Chris Barth has returned?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. that
Yeah,
I-
so let the record show that Chris Barth has returned
And has been present.
and
for
has
this-
been present the entire, during the entire presentation for this application. Okay, commissioners, questions of the applicant. Commissioner Henningsen?
Question on your window and trim sill detail. So here in this picture, you've got a windowsill, but when I look at your elevation drawings, it looks like you've got picture frame molding around the windows. Which one are you doing?
The one that's in the detail. We went back and forth about that, but the one that's in the detail would be the one that's on the elevations. I apologize for that, but this matches the neighboring property, the pink house across the street. So we wanted to remain within that context.
And I really think that's more of a mauve color, not pink.
Sorry.
That's okay. No, but you were, in all seriousness, you're absolutely correct, because that is a historic window trim detail, and picture frame molding is not. So
Right.
great choice. Thank you. My other question is, can we go to one of the elevations that has the door with the light pattern? Perfect. That'll work there. So my general comment, for that door, if you're trying to match, I'm guessing you're trying to match your 6/6. So you want 6 light patterns on the door. Generally speaking, historically, the size of the lights that were in a door that had that many lights is typically smaller, so you have a higher light pattern. Would you consider a more historic light pattern on those doors? I think you have 2 of them.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, just kind of to mimic the window, like a 12 light almost.
Yes. Yeah, and again, just eyeballing it, yeah, I would say a 12 light would work. I probably have another question or so, but I got to find it. No other questions for now. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Barth.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about the garage door. It appears to have an arched top style, but the door opening itself looks square. Can you speak to the design of the garage door a little bit?
That would just be an applied curved style at the top, but it would still be a sectional door that would be an overhead door.
Gotcha. Okay. And would that top panel of that garage door would it have glass in it, or is it just a solid wood door all the way through?
It's currently solid.
Okay. Other questions? Let's see. What did I have written down here?
You want us to circle back to you, Chris?
Oh, sorry. It came to me. What's your driveway material? What are you picturing there?
Currently, Michael, it's gravel, correct? I'm blanking on that, Michael.
No, it's currently it's concrete.
It's pavement. It's concrete.
Yeah,
It's concrete. So pavement. It's currently paved, so we would maintain the pavement and just extend it.
Okay, and that's an existing driveway?
Correct, yes.
Or
But
you're
we're just
bridging off?
extending it further.
Yeah.
In the existing site plan, it only goes up to about the fence, where the fence is located.
Okay.
So we'd be extending that.
Okay. And do you have, just out of curiosity, do you have the dimension of the ADU off the back thermal wall of the existing house?
Oh, yes, I do. I played around with this a lot, so I apologize. I will get this to you very quickly. It's about 9 feet
9 feet, okay.
to the closest portion. On the front, it's 12 feet.
Gotcha.
Because it's
Yeah,
angled.
that makes sense. Okay. And then, Christy, can you go to the site section or streetscape elevation as it's noted on these drawings? I think it was towards the end. Second to last page. So on this drawing, between the neighbor's house and the subject house, you have a dashed line here. Are you proposing to cut down the grade?
Correct. Yeah. So the grade that was existing there, it's approximate grade right now. I mean, we're still early on in the design phase as far as understanding exactly what we are capable of doing there. But based on taking from our property line and cutting down, the goal would be to fix the drainage issue that is on site because it's ponding up there. So the goal would be to slope down towards the street and towards Merriman a little bit more, West Kingston a little bit more. There's just a lot of grade and topography within the site itself, and there's some retaining walls that you'll notice in the site plan. So yes, we are proposing to cut that down a little lower.
So you're proposing, so I guess the issue is that all this runoff is coming down into the back of the house and you're trying to take it out to Kingston street section?
Correct. Toward, down almost like down the driveway almost.
Okay. So then talk to me a little bit about what goes on behind the ADU where, in your site plan, it looks like you're basically cutting out a bowl for this ADU to sit in. Are there any retaining walls or how do you plan to mitigate the drainage behind the structure?
So if you look at if we zoom in there a little bit, you'll see some of the topography lines that I've put in there to start grading it. It's somewhat steep, but it's already pretty steep to the neighbor's gravel driveway. So I'm just taking that and spreading it out to a slope that's somewhat allowable, but pushing it down as much as we can, hoping to not need a retaining wall, but if we may need to provide a segmental wall, the goal would be to not do that and just maintain grading as steep as possible without creating a bowl. So basically, if you see where the right side of the driveway would kind of slope towards that direction so that we wouldn't have any ponding.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all for me.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Barth. All right, Commissioner Henningsen.
Just a follow-up question, the driveway, is it concrete or asphalt?
Apologies. Looking at the site plan, it is concrete. Sorry, it's concrete.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah. Sorry, I do have a couple more. So one of the staff comments was in the ADU in the second story, your walls are coplanar. When we ask, are you able to pull your walls in, 6 inches? X number of inches so that the walls, so there's some separation between the first floor and the second floor?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you said your garage door was solid, and that was solid wood, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm good. Thank you. Thank you again.
Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify the impermeable surface in the rear yard. I know that I saw the calculation of 30%. Do you have the calculation including the driveway?
That is not including the driveway. So we're under 30%. 30% is 806 square feet. We're at 663.
Okay.
And a lot of that, we zoom in the rear, not all of that driveway is within the rear yard. Most of it is. But the new sand set paver, we're planning to do permeable pavers between the ADU and the house.
Okay.
Okay. And there was one other question that was pointed out by staff. What type of style of wood siding is it, John?
This would be lap siding.
Okay. All right.
Flatboard.
Okay.
I don't want to move off the rear yard permeability. So
Okay.
if I understand correctly, the rear yard with the ADU, excluding the patio, excluding the concrete driveway, is 30%. Is that? I guess let me ask the question a different way. You had said that there was the impermeability was 30% in the original rear yard. What does that include?
The 30% is heated square foot of the ADU within the rear yard.
Okay.
That's how I read zoning. So it does not include, that does not include the pavement allowance. That's not it. It's the heated square footage.
And where does the rear yard start?
So
It's
the
the
rear yard
historic rear. Sorry, go ahead.
Correct.
Sorry.
The rear yard is about 3 feet in from the garage. You'll see a 35-foot rear setback. That's the original setback, but for zoning purposes in R5 and EDUs, you're allowed to go into the rear setback and go to 15 feet from the rear property line.
Yeah, no, and that's fine. I guess my question, my comment was, when you're calculating the permeability of the rear yard, you draw the line at the historic house. So there is an addition built on that house. So see where Christy is putting her little hand pointer, mover, Chef Boyardee, perfect. That, if you snap a line right there, that would be the start of the historic rear yard.
Right.
So then my question would be, what is the permeability calculation that includes the concrete driveway, the ADU, and then the addition that was put on the house? And then from a patio perspective, Christy, help me out with patios. If they're set in sand, how does that contribute to permeability?
At this time, we consider sand set permeable.
Okay.
If it's a concrete patio, it is of course not permeable.
Got it. Okay. So is that something you could calculate for us real quick, or?
I'm actually trying to do that right now.
Yeah. All right.
I don't have that information, but if you bear with me for a second, I'm trying to be a whiz in AutoCAD.
We usually don't allow that calculation to occur during the meeting. I think that takes up too much time and we are running
Fine.
short. So what I would recommend is, it looks like they have enough, but if, depending on what you say, you can always verify that, have them verify that with staff. If it's not found to have enough, we'll bring it back.
Okay.
But I don't know how you're leaning, but that's usually how we
No,
handle it.
that's, go with that.
Okay. Any other questions before we close? All right, Commissioner Hinman.
Hi, thanks. Christy, can you go to the Zoutwell Street elevation, please? I should probably start by disclosing that the previous owners of this house met with me about a renovation that never happened. I have no conflict of interest, but that information is somewhere out in the internet. John, I just want to say, the proposed streetscape elevation, there's like a lot of things happening here that I love, and this is obviously a complicated project with a lot of constraints, and I just want to commend you for, I sat across the street from this house for about 20 minutes today with your drawings, and I mean, the eave lines kind of all line up, and it's the roof is diminishing away from the street, and it's shorter and less wall than the little house next door. And I just think it's a really cool, clever project. And I think it's a really nice addition to this urban neighborhood. Literally my only concern is the roof pitch on the rear elevation. Looks like it's like in the neighborhood of like a 4 and 12 or so, which seems on the rear. Yeah, which to me seems incongruous with the style of the house and the style of the ADU. On the other hand, this is the one elevation that is really not visible from anywhere, so I can probably get over myself on that one. But otherwise, I think really, really cool, clever project. And I think it's going to be really, really comfortable in this location.
Thank you so much. And one thing, I'll speak to that, just the roof slope. I don't love that roof slope either, but if you notice the ceiling height at 7.6 on the top, I'm trying to minimize the ceiling height just to fit. And of course, by doing so, I have to raise that eave line as much as possible to get that square footage. But
yeah, funny enough, I think
luckily it's hidden.
Yeah, funny enough, I think that your D-walls and your eaves all work really well with the street elevations, which happens very rarely. And I was trying to imagine, like, gosh, could these 4 and 12s actually be like wall dormers and could we bring a gable further to the other house? And then I looked at your site plan and I can see the sight line is the setback is an oblique setback, and I see what your constraints are. So, and I understand this is the view that no one can see from anywhere. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Hinman. Commissioner Bonaparte?
Sorry, forgot to put my hand down.
All right. Any other questions or comments, commissioners, before we close? All right, let's close. PJ, you're typing feverishly.
Yeah, I am. What did the applicant say the wood siding was? Was it lap or?
Yeah.
Slab?
Mm-hmm.
My only comment is the canopy. Does anyone feel that the canopy is incongruous?
Mm. Huh.
All right, so based on silence, I think I'm hearing no issues with the canopy. I mean, it is a simple detail.
Yeah.
It is an
Sorry,
ADU.
I have my hand up. I love the canopy. I think it's a great interpretation of a contemporary addition to an American small house Tudor cottage. I think it's really, I think it works.
Okay. I would like to make a motion.
Please.
Can I, before you make a motion, can I just break something up?
Please,
Um,
yeah.
I'm pretty concerned about the site grading. I too have been to this house with, I believe, the previous owner, and if I'm not mistaken, it exits pretty on grade. And for the site section, it appears that, you know, they're taking it down 2 feet or 3 feet or more. So I just don't know how drainage is going to work there. I don't know if we have purview over that or it matters.
No purview over drainage. That's stormwater.
Okay. Redacted.
Thanks.
Okay. Yes.
That is a 2-car garage, right?
It is. It's tandem.
And my iPad now is not showing me, but I just wanted to make sure it's being treated as 2 doors in the front in a way that
It's
the guidelines say.
It's
That's a
singular.
great point. It is actually a single width garage, but it's 2 cars deep.
Mhm.
So
Ah,
it's yeah.
okay.
So they're gonna
Tandem,
it's-
back to back.
So
Great.
yeah, it's
Got
one.
it.
Yeah.
Okay. Back to you, PJ.
All right. I would like to make a motion to approve this application with the following, well, based on guidelines with chapter 8.9 for accessory buildings with the following conditions. The wood siding should be lap. The garage door should be solid wood. The window detail and the elevations diagrams should match the window cross-section, the window detail. There shouldn't be any window picture frame molding. The door on the front and right elevations should have a 12 light pattern. On the second story, the wall should be brought in 6 inches. So the second story is not coplanar with the thermal walls on the first story. And staff should review the rear yard permeability calculations. And if there is an issue, the application should be brought back before the commission.
Great job, PJ. Who wants to second that? Seconded by Commissioner Bonaparte. All right. So any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Oh, sorry. Go on, Commissioner Barth.
I was just going to say the rear dormer isn't really a dormer. So does it need to step back?
Is that a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Yes.
I accept that.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Barth.
Thanks, Chris.
All right. So Commissioner Bonaparte, good with the amendment?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Any further discussion of this motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Motion passes. I have 7-0, but aren't there only 6 of us?
No, it's 7 now.
7.
Now that
Okay,
Chris
Chris is back. All right. Okay, so motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Okay. We have one more application this evening. It is 6:52. May we hear it?
We can.
Okay, excellent. Are our applicants with us? Darius, are you here?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, hi Darius. Is Joel joining us too, or is it just you this evening?
It's just me, I think.
Not that we mind it just being you, but
It's okay. It's okay.
yeah,
You know,
okay.
I'm not going to take offense to it. It's all right.
Okay, thanks Darius. Have you been sworn in?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Okay, Darius, if you'll raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Quick overview, very similar situation to what we just saw. It's a new accessory building in the rear yard. This is one bay garage. It's set back approximately 20 feet from the property line and slightly behind the existing bump out on the main house. It can't go all the way back in the back, I guess right corner because of grade issues. And I'll let the architect speak to that a little more. Post-construction rear yard open space will be right at 49%. Darius, the floor is yours. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, you can get started.
Okay. Darius Johnson, 1536 Merriman Avenue. I'd like to thank you all for taking the extra time. We're going to go over a little bit to meet with us or speak with us on me. This is a little continuation of what we started some time ago. The house was completed earlier this year. The client moved in and then realized, oh, I have no place to park besides a parking pad. And he wants to get a garage there. Fortunately, his rear yard is tight. So we went from a 2-car garage to a 1-car garage. If you look at the existing site plan over to the right, right now we have a concrete pad in place. He also has an existing retaining wall that sort of straddles between the alley and his property. And then, so that's and then he has a shed there, an existing shed that's there technically in the alley portion of the lot. In the new site plan, what we're proposing to do is put a garage there 20 feet from the property line there, and sort of have it continue or protrude into the existing retaining wall, allowing the base of it to be another retaining wall as well, or the base of the garage to be a retaining wall in that particular area. He wants to leave that raised area there because that's an area where he has, where he gathers and has some chairs and so forth. We removed the shed because he wants to have storage above the garage instead. Also allows us to make sure that we don't have more permeable things than we need to have on the ground. I think I'm saying that right, impervious. These are the elevations to the project. The front elevation is simple. It's a 1-car garage. It's 14 feet wide. You have a single garage door there that will be wood, and you have he has a sort of remnants of or a reflection of the existing house having doors above there in the storage area. The left side elevation is actually, I'm sorry, I realized I didn't have the right side elevation properly labeled, but we're starting on the left side elevation, where we have the cutting through the retaining wall there, just for visual, to show that we're going to put steps on the top of the retaining wall current area going into the storage portion of his garage. And then you have one window on the first floor there of the garage. These window sizes match the smaller window on his existing home. The right side elevation, which is number 4, which is mislabeled, we have again another small window there that matches the windows on the existing house. We have a single door, and then on the top floor will be a single window. And we have brackets showing that will again mimic the or replicate the brackets on the existing house. The rear elevation of the garage has, again, cutting through the retaining wall just for visual purposes, We have the steps going from the retaining raised patio area to the door of the storage space. And then we have just a gable roof, sort of with a sort of reflection of the existing house again. The material on it is going to be a typical architectural shingle roof. We're going to have hardy board lap siding, and it's going to be painted to match the existing house as well. Very simple, straightforward, to the point. We didn't do too much fancy things to it because I think he put enough into his house, I guess. But that's our presentation. Well, in this slide, you get a chance to see how it relates to the existing house. It's not near as tall as the existing house, and I think it works well. Councilman, I wish it could be a little wider. I think it'd be wider would be better, but unfortunately, with the space, having no more than roughly, I think it's 9 or 10 feet between the two buildings structures, it just wasn't feasible for us to make it any wider. It'll look crowded back there. Crowded back there. There's not a lot of space between that raised patio and the garage and the house. Is just a little much. So we simplified it, kept it as a single car garage. That's it.
Questions of the applicant? Commissioner Hinman.
Hey Darius, good to see you again.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Christy, could you go to the front elevation of the house? I mean, Darius, when I saw this on the agenda, I was like, my heart skipped a beat because this is the house that you fixed. I had to go back on Google Street View and look at the old images to remind myself. Christy, can you zoom in on the existing front elevation and the upset balcony that's in there? Darius, my one question is, I love how on this house, the front roof over the porch kind of peeks around the edge of the gable and reveals itself right where Christy's got her cursor.
Right.
I wondered if you might be able to reproduce that on the front of this little garage, not at the same scale, but it seems like one of the distinguishing features on this one.
We could take a look at that and see. It's just, I could probably bring it a little bit. It makes it kind of tight, but that's all I can do. It won't be as much or as pronounced, I guess. Would it be
It
such a
definitely,
small?
yeah. I think it definitely doesn't need to be pronounced. I think even just the slightest little bit will
It
like.
maybe get 8 inches on each side of it, maybe.
I think that sounds wonderful.
Huh?
That sounds wonderful to me.
Yeah, because I think right now we're matching the 2-foot overhang, I think, roughly on the over the soffit there to make what we have on the house. I can get about 8 inches to make it look somewhat decent. If I carry that trim over a bit of that gable, would that be suffice, you think?
That's actually a really good point too. It could be an extension on the gable as well. I think it's really the way the roof wraps around the front of the fascia on the gable. So either way, both ways you just suggested would work. So
okay.
Okay. Any other questions?
How do we feel about an aluminum garage door?
We said wood. Well, we change that to wood. That'll be fine. We can do that.
You changed it to wood, Darius, is that what you
We
just
can change
said?
that to wood. We can change the wood
Okay.
if we have to. That's not a big deal.
Okay,
It's preferred
All right.
by me, actually. I prefer that, actually.
okay. PJ,
Darius, what the your hardy, is it hardy artisan or is it normal hardy?
I believe what we have on there now, I don't know exactly what the final one ended up being that he chose for the house. We're going to match the existing house.
You're gonna match the house.
Yes, all the trim and so forth will match the house.
all right.
And Darius, just a comment. I think I've heard in previous meetings, hardy artisan, if that's what you have in your main house, may or may not be discontinued.
Okay,
So just a consideration.
I'll look into it. I don't know. I don't recall what the final was when he finally got the house going.
Ask a question to the commission. There was a lot going on with that original house. And I can't recall if one of those things that was going on is that it had the thin hardy, and you may have made an exception to allow that on the rest of the house to match. And so I don't know that if that's true or not, but I don't know that we would want to match that on something new. We haven't done it before, so it's just something for your consideration.
Well,
And
if
I can always,
if I can comment, we have, I don't recall if it was then or not. I wasn't there during the CA process. They didn't really include me in it for some reason. However, I think I would like to be cautious on how, if we don't match it, we'll have shadow lines looking differently. So we want to be cautious on how we sort of shy away from what was approved initially for the siding. I would hate that we, though they may be painted the same color, there would still be shadow line differences if it's not the same thing. I would consider that.
While we ponder that, let's go to Jill. You had a question.
Yeah, thanks. I have two. On slide number 6,
so this slide up here, no. What are you looking?
no, mine's, it's like the overhead view of the roof of the
Okay.
house. So
Is that AS 100, Jill?
it's
site
like
plan?
the 4th slide from the
This one?
beginning. Yeah, sure. The one on the left.
Okay, slide 416.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have it that way.
It says AS 100 on ours.
Yeah. Just getting used to this other. So, yeah, my question is, where the proposed garage is, below that, what is that double line that comes out straight and then takes a right jag all the way over?
That's a existing retaining wall.
It is, okay.
Yes.
Thanks. Then the only other question I have is my curiosity about what the impermeable space is from the original footprint of the original house and the backyard.
The original house, how far back original house? We're actually not, we're like at 49% if we were done with everything, so we're removing existing concrete and so forth. So we're removing existing concrete and putting back pretty much the house, the garage and some concrete there. So we were right at 49%. We were done doing it all.
So when you made that measurement, Darius, did you make it from where because the original house is probably, where do you think it is on this?
We started at the if you look at the existing house has a patio. It has go back to the elevation where the garage is and the side elevation of the house. Right there. If you go where the columns are at the rear, where the patio is, we started roughly in that area, right where the patio is at the wall of the house. We did the whole patio there. And then we did the concrete pad that was existing, just sort of where we are, so we can calculate the existing permeable space, and then we did the garage along with the new concrete pad, or where the new permeable space would be.
So you took the measurement from where in this house? I didn't get
The
that.
patio, we did the whole patio from the rear of the house underneath the overhang there.
So is that where the original house's footprint was?
It depends on which, the original house that we actually replaced started that the patio actually was where the patio is right now. We kept the same footprint of the original house and we designed it.
Oh, okay.
The original house that we were replacing.
So
I've lived here for 20 plus years. So when you say original house, it's kind of hard because there's been two additions done to this house since I lived here.
Yeah.
So the last house that we did the work on, and footprint built on top of that footprint. But we included the patio within our calculations anyway, for the overhang that the house overhang is now currently.
Oh,
You see, and it's kind of complicated because it was the house that was there, we built on top of that same footprint, and therefore we technically didn't change anything there. So we included the patio only from the house that we did, covered permeable plate spaces, and then we added the the garage that we're adding as well as the concrete drive that we're adding.
So what Darius is trying to say is once upon a time, there's an original house and then a previous owner turned it into a Frankenstein house.
Exactly.
And then Darius has fixed it. So it's had that house has had several iterations. So, and I don't know how long ago it went from original house to Frankenstein, but I guess it's.
So it's a matter of where you take it from.
yeah.
Yeah, what period you go with.
And what Darius was saying was this house, the footprint of what you're looking at on the main house they just rebuilt the Frankenstein house to look like this and didn't change the footprint at all. So it really truly is kind of, it's hard to say where.
It's wiggly. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
wiggly.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
Yeah, and I did have one question. Darius, I'm gonna bring this up in deliberation, but my general comment with the ADU is, I mean, the expression is so vertical. I mean, is there, and I don't know if other commissioners would have any problems. I mean, it's very, very vertical oriented.
Yeah, I agree with you. I wanted it a little wider myself, but the problem with it being wider is that you end up losing space between the original house and the garage. That path to get to his patio back there, that space gets eaten up. I don't want to get too narrow and feel confined. It's already a very small space as it is. So we do it wide, then you start to consume more of the site. It just didn't work,
Yeah.
and then you're already tight with how much space we've taken up already. You know.
No, I definitely understand and appreciate that. It just almost feels out of proportion, the width and the depth of the structure. Well, I mean, all of the dimensions, right? The width, the depth, when you count in the height. That's all.
Do we want to address the coplanar rear dormer now while we're open?
Yeah.
It's going to come up in deliberation, the coplanar rear dormer. Darius, do you want to speak to that?
The rear dormer, the door there that we access.
The rear dormer is coplanar.
Uh-huh.
We're going to bring that up. It's something that we'll address. Do you want
Okay.
to speak to it now or no?
We had to do it to access the space for storage. We did that. That's what the client wanted. He requested that we do. So we addressed it by putting it there, having an overhang to it, with the brackets to sort of match. That's the best we could do with giving him what he wanted access wise for storage. Because we had to get rid of the shed. The shed was taking up more space that's valuable to what we were adding to the building.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions?
I do have one other question. Darius, are you including the alley in your permeability calculations?
No, all that was existing stuff. I didn't do that. I stuck with the property line.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. Well, why don't we close for deliberation? PJ?
I would like to know what some of the other commissioners think, maybe Jess or Chris, about just the vertical expression of the ADU. I'd like to start there.
Sure. Commissioner, why don't we kick it over to Commissioner Hinman? Commissioner Hinman, thoughts on the vertical expression of the accessory building?
It's on a stretch of road there that the backyards back up to each other, right? There aren't fronts of houses adjacent to this. And he's pushed it 20 feet back, which is as far back as he can go. But, certainly the setback is 10. So this is sort of lining up with everything that's happening on that street, but it's definitely a side street. And I think it's expressing as a garage and not as an ADU. I don't think it's competing with anything. I don't really, I think if we can pick up that detail where the fascias lap the eaves, like the front of the house, then it starts to speak that same language a little bit. But directional expression is not something that stands out to me. That's the
Okay,
question.
thank you. Commissioner Barth, same question.
I agree completely with Commissioner Hyman. And, I mean, unless you're to eliminate the top floor completely, I don't see any other way around it.
Okay, all right. Back to you, PJ.
Okay, no, thank you.
What do we think about the coplanar rear dormer? I mean, it was called out, and Darius says that he needs the space there. That was the reason for it, but
I mean, all right, can we go to the slide that shows that?
I have A100. Yeah.
All right, so
Slide 417.
slide 417, just so we're clear, we're talking on either the lower right or the upper left.
Mm-hmm.
So the issue with that dormer is you have an entry door on that wall. So if you make them non-coplanar, I don't know how you have an entry door there.
I agree with Chris. It's not really it's coplanar, but it's not really presenting as a dormer because of the door. I don't know. It's hard for me to call it a dormer. I would love to see the same detail with the wrapping of the fascia on the receding roof line a little bit. And honestly, if the eaves were pulled out toward the edges a little bit more and this top landing was widened up, it wouldn't read as a dormer at all.
Okay. So,
but it's not reading as a dormer to me to start with. So I just don't have the issue with it being coplanar in this setting, in this design. It's not reading as a dormer.
okay. All right.
I think the only other item, well, another item that may be in question is the siding material.
Mm-hmm.
I think Christy, are you comfortable having staff approve the siding material?
We can always do wood or like a Nichiha Savannah Smooth.
Okay.
If the Hardy Artisan isn't available. But staff does not approve regular Hardy. That would have to cut.
Right.
That would have to be decided upon by y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Anyone else have any other questions, comments?
It doesn't appear. Jill?
Just because I didn't get this, but the left side elevation, is that the side that faces the street?
This left side faces the alley. This is that
Okay,
retaining.
that's right. Thanks. I
Yeah.
thought so.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I would struggle to make a motion because I don't think I could articulate what Jess was suggesting about the changes around the porch, Eve, the second story of the ADU.
Jessica, do you mind making a motion for this one?
I could. Can you get a feel from the commissioners whether they feel they need to see it again because it's street facing?
I personally struggle with envisioning what something will look like without seeing it.
Sorry, if I channel my inner Damon, he says,
Yeah.
he says that he'd like to continue it for those details. He'd like to continue it to see that detail with the fascia and the wrapping roof lapping on the front and back of the garage. Clarification on the siding material and a wooden garage door. Does that capture it?
That captures it. Wait, did you mention the siding? I'm sorry.
Yes, clarification on the siding.
Okay, yeah, all right.
I think we need to see what the garage door looks like too, because right now it's just a blank space. We need to see the profile of that. You know, is it panelized? Is it, you know, is it four thing? Like, you know, how does it look?
Is that a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Okay, accepted.
All right. Any other thoughts? You heard Jessica's motion. Do we have a second for that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion? Okay, then let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 7-0. Thanks, Darius.
Thank you.
There we have it. Yes.
Yes, would you like to close the meeting and then we will do minutes? Or
Sure.
do minutes first?
I would like to, well, I would like to close the meeting.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all for staying later. All right. So we have reached the end of the agenda. Is there any further business to discuss? All right. If no, and it is no, then this meeting is adjourned at 7:19 p.m. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. I think you had me down for minutes and I did not look at them.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay,
Okay.
great.
Thank you, Jill. Thanks for that.
Jill's lifesaver. Okay.
Yes, you are.
Okay, so, May 12th minutes, just two issues or questions that I had before I would sign off on them, and that is, 705 Kingston. In the motion, guidelines 7.2, number 2 and 3, I don't see how they relate to what they're referencing. So in other words, the motion states, a small window be added to the blank wall, blah, 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 per guidelines 7.3 and 7.2, number 2 and 3. Those guidelines are not at all relevant to that, so maybe different guidelines?
My guess would be yes. Okay, so we're not, I would say let's not vote on that until we can confirm.
Okay, and then the other is 320 West Kingston, which is
That was not heard, because we just heard that tonight.
no,
320 West?
no, I'm sorry, 913 Romney.
Okay, yes.
Sorry. Yeah, there's a sentence there that says, regarding the impervious area in the rear yard, period.
That is not a sentence, is it?
That's all.
Okay, thank you. Well, I would like to, it's really important to get that corrected, so I'd like us to just wait on that. And
Sure.
once I will report back at the next meeting, and then maybe we can adopt everything
Good.
for the May meeting.
Sure.
Minutes.
Okay. And our retreat is this Friday, 2 days from now.
This Friday, 10 to noon, tentatively. It might be shorter.
Okay.
So, WebEx, in person. I believe we are in, let me double check. We are in 267 down the hall.
Okay.
It's just us. The consultants are joining us. They have some final questions for us. I talked to them earlier this week. And any last minute big picture things you want to talk about with, especially with commercial or multifamily?
Sure.
But you were sent the commercial guidelines to look at last week.
Okay.
So,
All right.
yeah.
And we have a multifamily meeting on the 30th.
30th.
Thank you for agreeing to attend. Hopefully it shouldn't take long. It starts at 1. And we're thinking roughly 3 hours.
3 p.m. We're thinking 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock.
So
We're
2
talking-
hours.
We need
2 hours.
2 hours.
Yeah,
We have
tell
two
people longer.
We have 2 cases. So ideally, that's an hour per case.
And they're
We've-
continued cases.
They are continued from June 30th. We've seen them once, so we should be able to jump right in like we do with our normal continued cases. And they should, hopefully, knock on wood, should not take as long. I am counting on all of you to keep it moving.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, you guys. We've been working pretty hard here, just trying to catch up and make things happen. So thank you for all of your time, efforts, and energy.
And I am glad to promise a break in August. No second meeting in August, regardless. Oh wait, no, I lied. Multifamily might have a second meeting, but we won't make you like we've done in January, February, April, and June. We've had second meetings from this meeting. We won't have 3 meetings in August.
Okay.
We will have our second Wednesday meeting on August 11th and possibly a multifamily meeting depending on the outcomes of the July 30th meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
All right.
Have a good evening.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye.